2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2.
Niet zo lang. Kan het een long man.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Welcome to this, our second dialogue, campus dialogue. We are excited to see everybody here on this Friday morning. As you could see from the program, Prof. Khalakhala and I are sharing this event here today. And I was telling him that I'm going to ask people to put up their hands who's here because of me and who's here because of him, but I won't do that. I won't do that. Let's not embarrass him this morning. No. That's not what we're here for. It's to show that we are working together and that this is the journey that we want to embark on collaboratively. I'm going to take this opportunity to call on our Rector and Vice-Chancellor, Prof. Balfour, to do the welcome this morning. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. Jose, Prof. Monwa, and good morning, everybody, colleagues, students, and guests of the university. You're all very warmly welcome to the second engagement on our Campus Dialogue series. It's really a privilege to create the space together, to share the space with each other as we engage in a collective effort to shape intellectual and strategic direction at UWC. And I want to begin by expressing my sincere thanks to those who have made today's forum possible and to acknowledge formally Prof. Monwabisi Khalakhala and Prof. Jose France, our DVC's academic and research and innovation respectively, for their leadership in convening the second event. We are honored also to be joined by a distinguished group of panelists whose insights will no doubt enrich our dialogue. And I want to extend also a very warm welcome to Professor Iva Baekjes. It's good to see you, Iva. Again, after many, many years of not being in direct contact with each other, it's lovely to renew the acquaintance. And also Professor Busisiwe Nkonki Mandleni. Welcome to this engagement. As a guest of UWC, we are really grateful for your presence and also for the perspectives that you'll bring. We also have a series of UWC panelists who are with us today. So Professor Fanelwa Ngeke Ajayi and Professor Sisanda Nkohola, Professor Karen van Maal, Professor Russell Kashula, Professor Priscilla Daniels, Dr. Gerard Phillies, and Dr. Samantha van Wyk. All of you, thank you very much for also putting time aside for today to reflect together on this theme. And then I'm delighted that we have students among us as well as part of the panel, Ms. Ambasiwe Mgini and Mr. Becky Mpilo Mkube. Thank you also for joining us this morning. That's really appreciated. Members of our community will know that the first of our dialogues, as also in the second of our dialogue series, is open to all members of staff. So we have not only staff and students present, but also academics and members of our support staff present. I'm also very pleased that we have the head of our staff union present with us, Ayanda. It's lovely also to have you in the audience this morning, and I'm looking forward to a very enriched discussion together as we go along. It's a pregnant theme. Universities as place, space, and circumstance, and the implications of place, space, and circumstance for the intellectual project. And in framing that, rather than calling it context, it's quite a deliberate evocation of the differences between space and place when we think about it, and circumstances not as opposed to context, but circumstances as an elaboration of what context means. I think when we think about the context of UWC, there might be an inclination to think of it as the weave that brings us together, but there are many agencies, influences, forces, circumstances that make it a circumstance in which actions happen, activities happen, rather than only the holding of all of that together in a context. And as we set the stage for the dialogue, it's important to reflect on our transformation journey. We were established in the apartheid period as a university to serve a colored community in its early years, shaped by exclusion and confined to a very narrowly defined, racially constructed identity. It was a space of constraint framed by a state that sought to limit the possibilities. However, over time, UWC has persistently disrupted possibilities, and it has rejected artificially imposed boundaries. Contrived circumstances we have rejected, and we have in time reimagined ourselves as a place of access, as a place of possibility, committed to equity, social justice, and freedom. And guided by our ethos of moving from hope to action through knowledge, we've become that research-led institution with a very deep social mission. But universities are more than physical locations. They are shaped by entanglements of place and power and imagination. As Henry Lefebvre reminds us, space is never neutral. Context is not a neutral. It is layered. It is shaped by historical forces. And at the same time, as Ruth Wilson Gilmore reminds us, we build in our being here together that place that is also our expression of freedom. That place which is our expression of freedom. A concept that invites us to think about the university, not in terms of geography alone or circumstances alone, but also in terms of commitments, the commitments we've made to people, to transformation, to inclusion. And I'm reminded by the Albie Sachs exhibition last week, in which Justice Sachs shared with us his experience of time in prison, and how he mentioned this that stayed with me in my thinking. He said, they could control my body, they could control my time, but they could not control my mind, and they could not control my writing. He was talking about the prison diaries. And so UWC's story is not only one about growth through history, but it's also the recollection and reimagining of that history, made meaningful through current struggles, not only past struggles, and made meaningful by the spirit in which we gather together. In framing today's dialogue, it's a deliberate and structured initiative, and we would like your thoughts and ideas to influence the institution's operating plan. We would like the intellectual ferment to engage also in the plan, so that these two influence each other. Our first session in June reaffirmed our role in advancing social justice and critical scholarship, taking into account the contribution that we have made to the left and the legacy of the left, and our contributions potentially going forward to the tradition of the left. But today we're thinking about place and space and circumstances that shape the university. And three works offer valuable insights in this conversation. Some years ago, I wrote about home as the post-colonial trope in post-colonial fiction, and how the idea of home has to be reimagined in the wake of migration and displacement. And it's very much a theme that's relevant to us at UWC. How do we reimagine home in the light of our collective migration and displacement as people? And drawing on Jan Mohammed's notion of the specular border intellectual and Homi Bhabha's notion of the unhomely as home framed within a contested space of memory, longing, nostalgia, imagination, we have to say to ourselves that the ideas we have about UWC as a space and a place are complex ideas, also framed in part by a nostalgia for what it was, and also our hopes for what it can be beyond the nostalgic moment. In fact, sometimes even refusing the nostalgic moment. Edward Said calls this process of countering and engaging the ordeal of dispossession. And in my own thinking about it, I talk about the ghosts of coloniality that haunt us. I also want to reference here the notions of entanglements and disentanglements, and I'm thinking particularly of Karen Barad's work on the fraction interconnectedness of matter and identity, and how when we think about the land that we are on and the place we are in, we are also thinking of ourselves as material bodies. Here we are, different age groups, different people from different backgrounds in our bodies in this place, and what it means to belong in this land at this time, given this migration, dispossession, diffraction that we've experienced over time. So I'm troubling the notion of context in thinking about space, place, and circumstance, and I would like you to also challenge the notions about how we think of transformation as a deliberate troubling of current assumptions, current experiences, and the like. And together, let us reimagine for ourselves a university that is shaped historically by displacement, but continues to be misshaped by material inequalities, social inequalities, and yet the entanglements, the many entanglements that bring us together as an institution that also motivate us to want to be here in a space of entanglement and troubling of assumptions. So in closing my opening reflections for today, we're not only a set of circumstances. We are a generative set of agencies and possibilities and imagination. And as Barad reminds us, knowledge doesn't exist in isolation. We don't bring our knowledges to the space neutrally. We exist in the interactions with each other. And these are not symmetrical, these are not equal, but they are nevertheless pregnant with possibilities that are generative, that are wonderful, not only determining and oppressive. They are wonderful possibilities, generative possibilities that we can explore. We are not the accidents of our history. Today's dialogue, like the one before it, contributes directly to the shaping of our strategic direction. And these conversations compel us to engage in difference, not as a series of divisions, but also as a series of possibilities around connection. I spoke a little bit about this in our first dialogue, but let me say it again. Building solidarity needs active work. It's not the fact that we are together that brings us in solidarity with each other. It's a critical, imaginary reaching out, wanting to be together, that helps us to build solidarity. And it ought not to be about exclusions, who should not belong, who cannot belong, but rather understanding how it is that we shape what it means to belong together. And this is what I'm keen on as we engage with the dialogue series, in which our leadership with me have been very supportive in opening up the discussions with you. So as we go along, let's think about Gloria Anzaldua's work in affirming that we are changing ourselves as our bodies today. Part of our process of engagement is also recognizing that there's a possibility that we can change our bodies, being today together, not as bodies that are only on the space or on the land, but as bodies that are written into the land, to use that metaphor of embodiment and entanglement and matter coming together. And let's also remind ourselves, finally, of the great African philosophers in our spaces, Siepe and Appiah, who argue that we have to anchor knowledge in our context as an African lived reality, anchoring ourselves in it. In that spirit, I encourage each of you, each student, each member of staff, guest present, to contribute openly in today's dialogue and reflections afterwards. These discussions are most powerful when they reflect the full diversity of voices and lived experience in our university. As Judith Butler suggests, spaces of contestation are also spaces of growth and change. And where there is discomfort, it can easily become, with some work, the right context for deeper insight and ethical renewal. We look forward to the ideas that will emerge from the work we do together today and undertake together to build a more just, responsive, and grounded future for UWC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Balfour, for that welcome and for setting the scene. You've just made my job so much easier. I do appreciate it. So, universities as place, space, and circumstance, reimagining impact in higher education. There's perhaps no better place to host such a conversation than the University of the Western Cape. But today we must ask, what does it mean to be a university in a world marked by deepening inequalities, democratic backsliding, ecological breakdown, and overlapping global crises? How do we as institutions of higher learning protect our core public mission while navigating, like the rector said, the encroachments, the entanglements, and competing political agendas? The answer, I believe, lies not in abstract strategies, but in the regrounding ourselves in place, reimagining our space, and responding ethically to our circumstances. So today, as we step into this dialogue, I invite us to be bold, to think beyond metrics and rankings, and instead ask, how do we honor our place while reaching toward global purpose? How do we hold space for justice, creativity, and care? How do we use circumstance not as an excuse, but as a springboard for meaningful impact? I invite us to do three things today. Reclaim our place, not just as institutions of prestige, but as sites of purpose. Secondly, reimagine our space, not just as safe havens for ideas, but as brave spaces for real and true transformation. And three, respond to our circumstance, not reactively, but with vision, courage, and moral clarity. Let this conversation stir us this morning, not just to reflect, but to act. Let us ask ourselves with deep humility, how is my university shaping and being shaped by its place, its space, and its circumstance? And more importantly, what kind of impact are we willing to be accountable for? So, without further ado, we look forward to some critical engagement this morning. I now want to hand over to Prof. Daniels, who will be moderating the first session. And she can take a seat on the podium here this morning with the panelists who will be doing the first session this morning. Prof. Ajayi, before we go to the panelists, I want us to all put our hands together for Prof. Ajayi, who won an award last night at the NSTF Awards for her work that she's doing for children in transforming women in science. Thank you. And then we have Mr. Ivor Baikis. We have Prof. Sisanda Nkoala. And we have Dr. Natalie Gordon from dentistry. You'll see they're all from different faculties. Prof. Ajayi from science. Prof. Sisanda from arts and humanities. I see the arts people nodding before I say education. We have Prof. Karen van Marla from law faculty. Dr. Natalie Gordon from dentistry. And then we have our SRC student, Ms. Amber, who will be joining us. So Prof. Daniels, and over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. My position is to facilitate the discussion, and we've got an amazing panel. I think it's important that we discuss the university's place and space and circumstance and the implication for the intellectual project. I'm the director of the Community Engagement Unit, and I'm responsible for community engagement at the university. We've developed a framework for the scholarship of engagement, which has been accepted at Senate and which guides the work we do. And I think my position here is, how do we ensure that we institutionalize it? How do we link this to what we have done and the previous dialogue about our history, and linking it to now, where are we going with that history without losing that context, but to be relevant in this new context, in the present? And how do we then take that forward so that we stay relevant? We always talk about community engagement and being an engaged university as being part of the university's DNA. But one could also lose that because you just assume that it is happening. And there is also the practicalities about what kind of systems and structure do we put in place to facilitate that. And as we were speaking about it in the previous dialogue, the parameters, you want to keep it open-ended because we're an academic institution and we want to have academic freedom. But are there parameters of what we say, what it is, so that at least we make sure that that happens? And I think what this panel is going to do is to take the different personal perspectives and their perspectives in the work that they're doing with regard to engagement and engagement at universities, and linking that to what we are supposed to be doing at the university. I think what is great about UWC, and I think we have to acknowledge that, is that community engagement and the scholarship of engagement is an infused principle. We talk about the three different pillars: learning and teaching, research, and community engagement, but it's seen as three different pillars. What we have done, which has been great at UWC, we have made sure that it is an infused principle. So we have it in our policies, we have it in the way we appoint and promote staff members, and I think that's important. So now I want to hand over. We have an external panel member, and are you putting up the biographies of our panel members? No? Okay. So we have Mr. Ivor Baikes. He is our external, and he said I must call him Mr. and not Professor, so I'm just saying I'm not just disrespecting him in any way. He will be talking about what it means, and he's got an interesting perspective on what it means to be engaged and engaged scholarship. So I'd like to hand over to you, and I'd like you to talk to everybody and disrupt and trouble. Like you see, Muniba must say, I see Prof used it in your word trouble is going to become one of our words that we're going to start using at UWC, because I saw Prof use it in his, and so please. Stay with the trouble.
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks for the introduction, and thanks for the invitation to be with you. It's a pleasure for me to be back on this campus. The last time that I was really here is when I was part of the group Throwing Stones in the mid-1980s. So it's good to be back. I have prepared a paper, a contribution, and I'm calling it the Socially Engaged Scholarship, the praxis of UWC's, the praxis of UWC in place, space, and circumstance. And I must just admit that this is not based on any thorough analysis of what is happening at this university. So please excuse the omissions that I would be making. But I want to start just to also say, Professor Balfour, I think the idea of community engagement at this university is perhaps, and I think it's now being confirmed, that it might well be a very important point of convergence for the university community. And I think it is an important portfolio of the institution around which we need to rally academics and the students and all the other associations that we have within the university community. Now, I want to start off by talking about the work that goes back to 1994. So I'm going to just go through my talking points here. So in 1994, at the National University of Mexico, Paulo Freire was in dialogue with his colleagues about power and higher education, curricula and social reality, and the role of intellectuals. As part of that conversation, Freire argues that a university that is beyond and above the social and political system of the society where it exists is unfeasible. This statement by Paulo Freire captures, in my view, the meaning of a university in place, space, and circumstance, an institution rooted in a particular geographical location, shaped by cultural, material, and institutional conditions, and embedded in specific historical, social, and political moments. Derek Swartz builds on this, and he argued that universities need to respond to societal demands, effectively engage within the immediate habitat, and reconfigure their curricula, research, internal organization, and ways of processing the intermediations of knowledge and the social. Key to his argument is the need for universities to recognize that they are deeply implicated in crises that communities face, and that it's imperative to acknowledge that universities do not stand outside of the social, and like any social institution, reflects the characteristics of the environment. UWC then should be orienting itself as an integral part of the local, social, political, cultural, and economic life of the communities in which it is located. Today, in the immediate vicinity of UWC, as well as in many other urban and rural settings across South Africa, communities continue to grapple with the intensifying socioeconomic hardships. These include widespread malnutrition and food insecurity, chronic unemployment, rising incidences of gender-based violence, homelessness, and limited or unequal access to quality health care and other essential public services. These challenges reflect the broader structural inequalities that persist in post-apartheid South Africa, where the promises of economic justice and social inclusion remain unfulfilled for large segments of the population. In many of our communities, people are struggling simply to survive, let alone thrive, as they try to meet the most basic human needs with increasingly precarious conditions. Yet, even within these deeply adverse circumstances, communities, particularly those of the working class, are not merely passive victims of structural violence. Rather, they consistently show agency through the self-organized formation of community-based organizations, autonomous grassroots collectives, and social movements. These formations are not only sites of educated resistance, but also laboratories for the development of life-affirming strategies, mutual aid practices, and solidaristic models of care. In many instances, they embody prefigurative politics, practices that model and predict alternative futures grounded in justice, dignity, and collective well-being. It is through these daily acts of survival, resistance, and solidarity that new forms of knowledge are produced, knowing that knowledge that emerges directly from lived experiences and from the collective responses to structural oppression. These are not simply anecdotal insights, but rich, contextual, grounded epistemologies that challenge dominant narratives and offer critical perspectives on social transformation. As such, it is imperative that scholars engage seriously and respectfully with these grassroots knowledges. Doing so not only deepens academic understanding of the social realities, but also affirm the intellectual contributions of marginalized communities in shaping more just, sustainable, and humane futures. These are the communities that I have in mind when I speak about engaged scholarship. But before I get to sharing my thoughts around engaged scholarship, I would like to highlight at least 4 big issues that cannot be ignored. Societies are in transition, and engagement with these issues could help us in building praxis towards a transition that is indeed just. First, it is still important to protect and affirm the university as a public institution, committed to advancing substantive democracy and nurturing critical engaged citizenship. It is in an era marked by deepening inequalities, rising authoritarianism, and the erosion of public goods. Universities must strive as spaces where democratic values are cultivated through inclusive knowledge creation, open debate, and ethical inquiry. However, this role is increasingly under threat. The growing influence of corporate interests driven by profit motives and market logics has the potential to compromise academic autonomy and distort the university's mission. When universities are steered towards serving narrow economic and political agendas, they risk becoming complicit in the marginalization of those already excluded or vulnerable, particularly communities historically denied access to education, resources, and representation. It is therefore imperative for universities to resist the commodification of knowledge and to affirm their role in promoting justice, equity, and collective well-being. Second, there's a wide acknowledged polycrisis a term that describes the convergence of multiple overlapping crises that intersect in complex and compounding ways. These crises, ranging from economic inequality and political instability to technological and social fragmentation, are not confined to isolated geographical, but manifest simultaneously at global, regional, and local levels. For universities, this presents both a challenge and a responsibility. As institutions of knowledge production, critical inquiry, and public accountability, universities are compelled not only to acknowledge the realities of the polycrisis, but also to engage with them in both intellectual and practical terms. Third, the ecological crisis has reached unprecedented levels, posing existential threats to human and planetary well-being. These ecological disruptions are no longer future scenarios. They are unfolding in real time and with devastating consequences. The fourth one is a growing concern in the current global landscape is the increasing attack on academic freedom, particularly targeting scholars and institutions that speak truth to power. This is especially clear in the context of the ongoing genocide in Gaza, where academics, researchers, and students who raise critique or express solidarity with Palestinians face censorship, intimidation, institutional reprisals, and even legal threats. The suppression of academic freedom in such cases is not merely an attack on individual expression. It is a broader assault on the university's role as a space for critical reflection, ethical engagement, and social justice. Now, I want to turn specifically, giving that background, I want to turn specifically to the idea of the relationship between community engagement, the scholarship of engagement, and engaged scholarship. Now, community engagement is the focus of all universities in South Africa, and still largely the unfunded mandate or poor cousin within the overall mission of universities. I would like to draw attention, a distinction between, under the umbrella of community engagement, what is commonly known as the scholarship of engagement and engaged scholarship. The scholarship of engagement involves several typologies which can be described either as charity, utilitarian, or even paternalistic. Approaches such as service learning, community outreach, consultancy, and so forth are prevalent. They provide descriptions of activities, their aims and purposes, history, social relevance, methods, as well as a useful body of knowledge about such scholarship. But for universities, such scholarship is intrinsically tied to their core academic function, the production of knowledge, research, teaching, learning, supervision, publications, and so on. Engagement may contribute to broader social aspirations, but its primary value lies in generating socially relevant and applicable knowledge that can offer generalizable insights and deepen theoretical and practical understandings. For the university, engaged scholarship is also a heuristic tool, a way of studying and interpreting social realities, advancing scholarship in response to complex challenges facing societies increasingly marked by inequality and instability. Such engagements serve multiple academic purposes: understanding the causes and consequences of social phenomena, designing research that reveals deeper social patterns, informing curricula and pedagogy, and crafting coherent academic programs and projects. It supports both the university's internal transformation agenda and a broader process of social change. At the same time, it helps illuminate the limits and possibilities of engaged scholarship itself, its scope, tensions, and contribution. In contrast, for communities, these are the communities of the working class that I have referred to, engagement with universities is rarely about scholarly aims, these aims and endeavors. Their participation is often utilitarian and strategic, driven by immediate needs or pressing issues. Communities engage to respond to specific challenges, to strengthen indigenous and collective knowledge systems, and to advance self-organization. They seek practical outcomes, connections with broader struggles and tools for deepening strategic thinking and democratic practices. Engagement is a means of clarifying the nature of their own conditions, enhancing their agency, not just in relation to the university, but in the broader context of social, political, and economic transformation. Now, I will quickly share just 5 quick points and I'll leave my proposition for part of the discussion. But for me, engaged scholarship is rooted in praxis concerned with constructing deep, strong, and thoughtful relationships between how we read the world and act upon it. It is primarily concerned with the quality and nature of knowledge production that occurs in collaborative relationships between the universities and the communities that they work with, rather than focusing attention on the epistemological foundations of these engagements. This includes examining the assumptions, methods, and criteria used to decide what constitute legitimate knowledge with such relationships. Second, it seeks to understand how knowledge is co-created in ways grounded in the lived experiences and realities of communities, rather than imposed from academic and institutional standpoints. In this sense, it challenges more traditional, often charitable, utilitarian, and paternalistic forms of engagement, which tend to reinforce hierarchical relationships between the university, communities, and society. While these traditional approaches have their value, particularly in exploring the university's role in addressing social issues, they do not necessarily meet the deeper, reflexive, and democratic aims of engaged scholarship. second last point. The distinctiveness of engaged scholarship lies in its commitment to transforming university-community relationships into spaces of mutual learning, critical inquiry, and social change. It asks not just what the university does in the name of engagement, but how it is done, with whom, under what conditions, and to what end. Thus, engaged scholarship insists on rigorous, inclusive, and socially accountable approaches to knowledge production. Let me stop there because I think I'm well over my 15 minutes.
You did very well, in actual fact.
Okay, I have one point.
Okay, no, please do, because we don't want to leave anybody hanging here.
Yeah, so I will use my special privilege of being an external speaker. Okay, so the last point I will raise here before I make a proposition is that community participation is essential and must be recognized because the scholarship of engagement, or rather, let me say, engaged scholarship, is by its very nature transdisciplinary. Engaged scholarship depends on recognizing and supporting the autonomous agency of communities, particularly as expressed through collective struggles, movements, and solidaristic actions. Through engagement, acknowledge the historic depth and associational strength of communities and resist reducing them to passive recipients of university interventions. Now, I would like to make a proposition, and I want to suggest the following: how to conceptualize and pursue engaged scholarship in ways that go beyond typologies and surface-level practices associated with a broader scholarship of engagement. More importantly, it prompted urgent questions about how we embed engaged scholarship in the institutional fabric of the university, develop rigorous policies, strategic planning frameworks, budgeting mechanisms, and evaluation processes that reflect a deep understanding of the asymmetries and power dynamics inherent in engagement. To clarify the intellectual and political choices universities make when they define priorities, allocating resources, and setting terms of engagement. And lastly, explore relationships with other institutions, including the community college sector, the TVET college sector, and public schools as partners in developing educational responses to the issues that communities face. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ivor. I think you've highlighted quite a big tension between the university and what the university wants to get with our engagements and what the community needs. And I saw a lot of the people in the audience, shaking their heads when you mentioned that. And I think that becomes important, and that's why if you're looking at what Gibbon said, that we have an agora where we should be working, a public space where the dialogue that we are starting should be happening with all the stakeholders. And as you say, as a public institution, we should be looking at the marginalized and disadvantaged, and that they, in actual fact, have a lot to contribute to the knowledge production. And I think that we are very committed to the co-production and co-creation of knowledge. And I think that's where the power lies if we're going to move forward in terms of the intellectual product. So thank you for that. Our next panel member will be Prof. Ajayi, and she is a lady that works in the STEM outreach. She works champion science education in under-resourced communities. She's a mentor, a consultant, an award-winning leader, and bridges cutting-edge research with impactful and community-driven initiatives. Fanawa, we just clapped our hands for you for winning another award for the work that you're doing.
Thank you,
So
Prof.
please tell us from your perspective, how do you see us moving forward on this theme?
Thank you very much, Prof. Daniels. Good morning, everyone, and I just want to first thank everybody for the applause this morning. It made me feel so good to be part of the UWC community. You know, when you feel like a VIP, even if it's for 2 minutes. So I am really grateful. I just want to extend my special greetings this morning to our VC, Professor Balfour, Professor Franz, DVC Research and Innovation, Professor Khalakhala, DVC of Academic, and all the deans of the faculties in the universities. Colleagues, you can see there's a hierarchy here. You know, some of us want to get to the next step, but I greet you all as well, everybody that's here. But yeah, the VVIPs need to be greeted first, you know. As a natural science person, I'm really grateful to be in the faculty that I am, particularly in this university. I think we have a freedom here to do what we want to do in terms of the research, first of all, and I think in terms of also integrating with communities that we want to work with. But I think as natural scientists, I don't want to say hard sciences and soft science, I don't want to say that, but I think I'll use the term natural science. Some of our programs are really removed from the interaction of researchers and academics with the community. And I think it's because of the structure in which we work in, and that is labs. And for us, when we look at space, we are looking at an area where we can have tools. But when we look at tools, what I mean is, I want to use the metaphor of a mine. When you have a mine, you have tools to mine. And when you mine, you get your diamond, you get your silver, you get whatever it is that you get there, but then you sell it, and then you have a profit. We're looking at a university that could possibly be financially sustainable. And we can only be financially sustainable if we have the tools. If we have the tools that we have now, we can use those tools in order to generate income for the university. I think it was a shock for all of us when we realized that there'll be budget cuts this year. It was a shock, especially for our faculty, because sometimes you have one chemical that costs 20,000 Rand and you are buying 10 milligrams. And that's, you know, you feel that that's not fair that there are budget cuts. But the question is, whatever we have within the faculty, can't we use those things that we have in order to generate an income? And for us to be a leading research university or a research-led university, we need to be able to be financially sustainable. As a faculty that has a very high budget, we need to be a faculty that also generate income. So we see ourselves as an area where we have enough tools to do the research that we want to do. We need to have the tools in place, but most importantly, to take those tools that we have in order to generate income for this university. We see ourselves as being completely financially sustainable, so that when things like this do happen, when there are financial cuts, that we are not shocked, but we are able to go into our reserves and use those reserves in order to complete our work. Now, space for us. When we look at space, we're looking at ideas. We're looking at a flow of ideas between academics as well as our students. The idea that our dean has is a co-creation of curricula between academics as well as students. There's much to learn, especially with the growing idea of AI now. I must say that I was actually very embarrassed the other day when I was taught ChatGPT last year by my daughter, and she said, "I don't understand why you don't know this." And I'm thinking, I mean, we went to the library when we were kids and find atlases, and you know, you read about everything. So she said, "I don't understand why you don't know that there's ChatGPT, you can type in anything." So I said, "I'm banning ChatGPT in this house because you need to read. So you can use ChatGPT when you move out, but not here, you know." So the growing interest in AI, augmented reality, all those things are coming into place. Those are ideas that have come through many, many years of research in other areas of the world. It's now trickling into Africa. But the question is, can't we then be a university that is able to co-create ideas between staff members as well as our students? But most importantly, how can we infuse AI into our streams of teaching in a proper and an ethical way when we teach and using AI or using any other kind of technology in our classrooms? It needs to be done ethically, it needs to be done properly, and we need to ensure that when our students leave here, they leave with the strength in knowing this is a tool that can be used when they get into their careers, and also when we remain as academics, that we are able to use these AI tools or the technology that is put to us. But we're looking at ideas and a free flow of ideas. That is what we see as space for us. We see it as a free-flowing area, and in that area with the tools, but along those tools, there are free-flowing ideas. Now, our history, we've talked about it. Mr. Bakis or Prof. Bakis, whichever title he wants, but spoke about the history of this institution. We are walking on the bloods of people. Blood was shed on the soil. Now, if blood was shed on the soil, I think we ought to be a university that is proud, number one, but also a university that is unapologetic about the ideas that we release here. We need to be totally unapologetic because we know where we come from. The area where we are going to, the future that we are going to, needs to be a future that has brilliant ideas and those ideas immersed in our people. As I conclude, when we're looking at circumstances, okay, that's not mine. Circumstances provides an urgency and a direction, okay? So when we are talking about these ideas, where are these ideas going to come from? These ideas are coming from natural sciences, people walking the walk and going into communities. When we are talking about the creation of filters for water, for instance, I'm just making an example of some of the work that is done at our faculty. Researchers are creating filters. Have they seen the water that they claim to be cleaning? We want scientists to be able to go into communities, touch the water if need be, but have a feel of what the community is going through when they have to stay in that community with impure water each and every day. We don't want a university with researchers who have never gone to communities but claim to be creating innovation. Innovation is good, but have you seen the people that you're creating the innovation for? Okay, you need to walk the walk. You need to talk to the people. Sometimes people just need pairs of shoes. What if the school needs shoes and you are busy coming with a solar panel? You're telling them, oh no, you need electricity. And they're telling you, no, but we actually need shoes. So if you communicate, and that's the urgency that I'm talking about. The urgency of understanding what are people going through in our communities. And this is a mandate that I think our faculty is putting forward, that we must have researchers that go out into communities, identify a problem, come back, multidisciplinary research, transdisciplinary research, through sharing of ideas, you then conceptualize an idea of how are we going to find a solution for this community and use the tools that we have in place. The direction, I think we are going into a direction that is very positive. That is what I see in any case. I see a growth in our university. I see a university that still has so much to offer in terms of innovation. There's so much happening in our faculty. But we really see a positivity coming out that we are really leading the space of research. And that is how we see circumstances. But I want to appeal to everybody that is here today that community engagement is not just about going into community, for instance. You can engage with the community within the university here. There are issues that are faced by students. There are issues that are faced by staff members within the university. That's also community engagement, because you're talking, you're finding what the problem is, and then you're seeking solutions. On that note, Prof. Daniels, I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ajay.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, everyone.
I think your presentation has touched on many of the things that I've picked up, and I think the whole thing of funding and being underfunded, which you mentioned, I think the most important thing is the lived experience of communities that we are working with, and that research should be linked to that. I think in the dialogue, the first dialogue, we also spoke about that we should be looking at the problem and solve the problem together. So thank you for that and for linking it so that we have an idea, and the whole thing about dialogue and communication. Our next speaker is Prof. Sianda Nicola, and she is an associate professor and linguist and co-chair of UWC's Media Inclusion and Diversity Chair. And she has also done some award-winning research that spans media ethics, rhetoric, and multilingualism, and is deeply engaged in community-centered initiatives. And she promotes inclusive journalism, preserves archival heritage, and influences national and international discourse. So I hand over to you to talk about your position on this.
Thank you very much, Prof. Daniels. All protocol observed. Good morning, colleagues. I'm Sianda Nicola, based in the linguistics department, not a linguist. I'm more of a rhetoric and journalist scholar. And I've titled my intervention this morning, An Engaged University, Grappling with the Place, Space, and Circumstances of Language in the Intellectual Project. I think what defines a university as a space and a place is not a question I have directly tackled in my scholarship, but I think by virtue of being someone who is interested in media and communication and education, it is a question that I come back to, and I think we all come back to over and over again as we ask ourselves that if universities are defined by the knowledge they produce and disseminate, what does it mean to create a truly inclusive academic community? So today I am going to ground my input in an argument advanced by Omodan in a paper titled A Decolonial Critique of the University's Role in Shaping Social Consciousness. Positioned at the intersection of reason and practical life, the paper dissects the university system's dual role in upholding and in contesting the hegemonic discourses of modernity. So in my case, this is particularly when it comes to the place of indigenous languages, the spaces they occupy within this ivory tower, and the circumstances in which they are allowed or not allowed to thrive. In the argument advanced by Omodan, the university is both a gatekeeper, where it decides on what knowledge is valid and what isn't, and a guardian of a certain kind of linguistic orthodoxy. The role of language here is not only as a medium of instruction, but rather a powerful tool of inclusion and exclusion, often silencing diverse ways, not just of speaking, but of being and of knowing, because that is all vested in how we use language. At the same time, the university can and has played the role of a liberator, as the case of UWC shows, where it's a space where these hegemonic discourses can be challenged, they can be rewritten, and they can provided we are intentional about creating those circumstances. In May last year, we were very privileged to have Professor Kwesi Pra deliver the Arts and Humanities Dean's Distinguished Lecture. And he urged us to recenter language in decolonial efforts, stating that you cannot decolonize in English. Of course, this is not new. It's something we keep coming back to, and people like Professor Kwesi have devoted their lives to doing the work. But I think it grows in urgency with every passing year as we grapple with the legacy of colonialism in our institutions. In our context, with this globalized higher education sector, where English is presented really as the only language of academic credibility, how do we reimagine the place of our languages, the space they occupy, and the circumstances through which they are legitimated as mediums of intellectual thought, especially when it comes to that intersection between reason and practical life. As we push for intellectual and social transformation, we must ask ourselves if we are truly creating a space where the linguistic diversity of our nation is celebrated and built upon, not just tolerated. And we must ask ourselves as UWC how we can live up to our legacy as the university of the left and the marginalized, and the site of intellectual and social transformation, given our unique history that has been cited by the colleagues here. I just want to refer to a personal experience that has really marked my work. In 2020, I did a study on the role of language in epistemic access in journalism studies, and I had students as participants. And one student's insights have really stuck with me, and I always imagine them when I meet students for the first time in lectures. She was one of those students who never ever raised her hand in class, but when they'd break up for group work, she'd be talking to her colleagues, or after class, she'd come up to me and really talk about the substance of the lecture. And in the focus groups, she said that, and I'm quoting her, "I came from the Eastern Cape and I was in a Xhosa school and all I spoke was Xhosa. So when I got here in 2016, I couldn't speak proper English, so I felt uncomfortable to even express myself with other people, because I was like, they're going to judge me because I don't speak properly, and they did. I failed my second year, but I feel that was my biggest struggle." Now, I'm really happy to say that the student has really gone on to thrive. She's really one of the emerging media and comms people in our country. But I think this has been in no small part because that period was the period of the Fees Must Fall movement. And there were demands from student activists on us as academics and institutions to center language. So thinking about someone failing a subject, not because they don't know the content, but because they don't speak the language, really bites. Responses to these calls have not been as extensive as they need to be, and often they rely on the willingness of individual lecturers and personal accommodations that people provide through things like translanguaging informally in the classroom setting. But the broader institutional shift really does remain slow. I think her success for me shows what is possible if we begin to dismantle these barriers, even if the progress is incremental. It reflects the systemic barriers and emotional toll placed on students and academics who are forced to navigate a higher education system that delegitimizes their mother tongues. The struggle for proper English is not about the grammar. Really, it's about the right one has to express their identity, their intellectual engagement, who they are, without shame in this context. It's really about creating a space for linguistic diversity, ensuring that there is a place for indigenous knowledge systems, and transforming the circumstances that dictate who belongs and whose voices matter in the academic space. Bringing it to us as academics, think about how academic success is really tied to the journals we publish in. Most of those are in English, and how this then shapes our research agendas. If you've tried to write a paper on Ubuntu or African spirituality, and you have to explain a concept in these journals, you waste like a page or two that you could devote to actual engagement with the theory you're advancing. And this, I think, is something we have to do, because that is what counts, these DHET accredited English journals. Or another example is when we promote international partnerships and student exchange programs, which are vital for our global positioning, but often inadvertently reinforce the dominance of English and other Western languages, sidelining local linguistic and cultural contexts. So how do we sit with this tension of being a globally engaged university while simultaneously being rooted in our local context? Do we continue to prioritize global metrics and partnerships creating a space where our own languages are relegated to the periphery? Or do we boldly forge a new path, creating a place where our linguistic diversity is one of our greatest strengths on the global stage? I think the opportunity to grapple with a new institutional operational plan presents us with a chance to be bold. The University of the Western Cape has indeed, though, grappled in some parts with the space, place, and circumstances of language in how it upholds its mandate as a transformative institution. It is good to know that we do have scholars whose work has moved the needle in no small way in the fields that they are in. Shout out to the Center of, to Prof. Kashula's chair, which focuses on forensic linguistics and multilingualism. We also have the center in my faculty, whose name now escapes me because of nerves, the Center of Multilingual Research and Diversity is Professor Quintin Center. But we do need to keep establishing these units, not just in arts and humanities, but within the natural sciences that my colleague spoke about. So in closing, I would like to leave us with a few questions to guide some ponderings. I am a former journalist, so I don't like being asked questions. I like to ask them. So I'll pose two questions that we can think about. Number one, how do we move beyond simply acknowledging the importance of indigenous languages and actively create institutional spaces and circumstances where they are not just used but foundational to teaching, research, and community engagement? And number two, are we willing to accept the uncomfortable truth that our own institutions and the languages that we privilege may still be holding us back from the very transformations we claim to want to champion? And if so, what do we do about it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sianda. I think you highlighted a very important aspect of universities being gatekeepers, ensuring inclusion and exclusion through language. And I think it's something we've been grappling with, and if we're looking at the new IOP, it's something we really need to pay attention to. So thank you for that. Our next panel member is Prof. Karen van Male. She is a leading scholar in jurisprudence. I thought it was very interesting when she introduced herself, and she said, and she works with interrogating law through feminist theory, critical legal studies, and the humanities. As a research chair in gender transformation and world making, she engages deeply with societal transformation, gendered experiences, and a scholarship and supervision. It advances community-centered approaches to justice, cohabitation, and ethical engagement within legal and academic spaces. Thank you. I hand over to you.
I actually speak with my hands, so I hope this will work. Thank you. Thank you very much. And really, thank you for setting up these dialogues. It's very special to be part of this panel, but also these dialogues is restoring some hope, much needed hope, at least on my side. So I'll say a few, I want to make three broad points, and I'm going to mention all three, so if I run out of time, at least you know where I'm going. And I think these points will relate, echo what has been said so far. So my first point is on the university as a public space, and I'll say a few things about that. Secondly, from my own discipline, I work in the law faculty, I teach jurisprudence, and I want to insist again on this notion of the public and the shift that took place in the mid-90s to a public, and specifically, I want to insist on the notion of a public or a publicness also as a founding value. And then thirdly, I'll reflect on communities, but I'm going to do it through thinking about world making. So just the university as a public place and space, and I'll use the definition the definitions that were given to us. So the university as material place. And firstly, we should provide access to students, but also access to the wider public and a wider public. So this practically means that we cannot use the university as if it's a private space or a private place. And the reference was made to fees must fall, and I was remembering how during student protests, often university buildings and labs and libraries were protected in the vein of a private logic, a sort of private interested ownership, right to ownership logic. Now, I'm not saying that we should not care for and protect our public spaces, our university spaces, but I would like to see this protection and care for in a public vein, not in the vein of a privatist ownership discourse. So that's as far as the place goes. But in terms of the space or the spatiality, of course, this refers to the belonging, the inhabitants. So often we provide material access. In spatial theory, we'll refer to it as habitat, but we don't work on the belonging, the sense of belonging or inhabitants. So again, I agree, it's the languages in which we teach, but it's also the epistemologies, the ontologies that we protect. So it's what we teach and research, but it's also how we teach, how we assess, how we research. So the great concern here is what I would say a new liberal logic that often governs at universities. And we see this in branding, and that may just be irritating, that every time we send out an invite, the branding must be there. But there's a greater concern, and that is what I think of as a new liberal sense or a new liberal atmosphere. So what do I mean here with new liberal? Capitalism, or present late advanced capitalism, individualism, privatization, depolitization, competition, and how all these things become a common sense and create an atmosphere that negates other possibilities, that within departments, faculties, in the university, allows only a certain way of knowing or a certain way of inquiring. And this creates our places and spaces, instead of being public and open, becoming places of exclusion and limitation. So importantly here, the interrelation between spatial justice, epistemological justice, and ontological justice. Space and place as always already interrelational. As Doreen Massey will have it, we must think about spaces as spheres of coexisting heterogeneities, always in the process of being made. So how can we counter this? What different atmospheres can we rely on? And here, definitely, I think to acknowledge bodily presence, sensory experience, but also complexity and slowness. So just from my own discipline, I teach law, I teach jurisprudence. I mentioned the shift. We all know that the Constitution is very much contested at the moment. I'm not here to defend or attack the Constitution today, but just to insist at least that what we encountered in the mid-90s was a shift away from merely procedures and process and rules to values. So there's the shift, and this is the shift that should happen in our teaching and our research to a value-orientated approach. And the founding values we know as equality, dignity, Ubuntu, democracy, liberty, but I would want to insist also on this notion of a publicness as a founding value. So maybe thirdly then just something on community. And I very much felt comfortable with the definition of circumstance as set out by the VC earlier, and also entanglement, because this is from where I try and make sense of community and communities. So before I think about community, I think about world and worlds and world making. So that's in the name of my chair. So the notion that we live in a pluriverse, in different worlds. And as academics, as teachers, as lecturers, we should prepare our students to build worlds, to make worlds, but also to unmake worlds when necessary. We know from Hannah Arendt that worldlessness leads to totalitarian thought. So the importance of being part of a shared world, of something bigger than us. So this will bring me to community and the fact that we are part of many communities. But I am cautious here, always having in mind Jean-Luc Nancy's description of community. And if our state of being is one of being singular plural, there's the concern that the moment we create a community and we draw a circle around one community, we are excluding others from this community. And in a way that goes against our very plurality to think about community in a narrow way. So obviously communities are important, but in the vein of an open community, of community always becoming. So maybe just to end then by saying that I absolutely agree that our work here in the university space is to serve. We stand in service and we serve our many communities, but also ourselves as being part of these communities. And I agree with what was said that for me, our students, our student community is my first engagement. So I will always say, where's my community engagement? I teach 700 jurisprudence students every year, and I think that's my first sort of engagement with the community. These students also come from different communities, and they take whatever I teach, whatever we teach back to them. But of course, there are also other important forms of engaged scholarships, as colleagues already spelled out. And here I think I want to pick up on what Ivor said, that this engagement or this service should not only or be merely functional or technical. Our aim should be to empower and to create and maintain and protect radical freedom. And I don't think we can only do that by the mere technical. So in that sense, the communities that we serve should not be seen as passive recipients, but they should be part of what we do, thinking together. So maybe then just as closing, W.E. Du Bois's phrase, life is not mere fact, and the life world is not mere instrumentality, and I think that's important for how we engage our communities. So ultimately, from a law side, just again, I think our task is to create lawful relations, not to repeat how law was taught and practiced in the past in a way that made meaningful participation in public life impossible. The extent to which open-ended conversations were always reduced to technical questions. So universities then, I see as spaces of ethical accountability and redress, where we engage with traces of the past, and definitely I agree that there's this haunting that we should heed, but ultimately that universities can be spaces of conscience where our main aim should be transforming citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. And I think it's important that you highlighted the public space and the fact of the sense of belonging and how do we create that sense of belonging. And also for me, what was important is the whole idea of communities and how you say communities should be open and that they should be becoming and not trying to, through talking about communities, again, exclude. So thank you for your contribution to that, and also for saying we should be accountable. I think that's the big thing about accountability. So our next speaker will be Dr. Natalie Gordon, and she will be, I just want to get her, sorry Natalie, I have to go back. Dr. Natalie Gordon is an oral hygienist, senior lecturer, and she holds a PhD and master's degree in public health and adult education, a PGD, and her interest is in areas of curriculum development, assessment, oral health promotion, community engagement, and development. And I want to say that Natalie's work has got awards through the university's awards for community engagement, so she's done quite a bit of work in this area. Over to you, Natalie.
Thank you, Professor Daniels, and good morning to colleagues. I'll start off with, yes? I'll start off with my experience being a product of UWC. I qualified in the 80s, long time ago, when the dental faculty was located in Tygerberg Hospital. So UWC occupied the D floor, and we used the east entrance, and Stellenbosch occupied, I think, the B floor and used the west entrance. So many people, our students certainly don't know why we have two entrances, or had, yeah. In the 90s, the dental faculty was relocated to Mitchell's Plain. And the dean at the time, Professor Muller, said the lease was called up, and so I took my people to Mitchell's Plain. The faculty was located in a community setting, and the thinking was we are located in this community setting, we would serve a community, our students would have authentic learning opportunities and understand this community. So if we look at and also offer services, outreach in communities, and I'm using the word outreach because that is what we did. So oral health is all about how do we promote oral health, prevent disease, treat. And as a faculty, we offer services from primary prevention to tertiary care. Yet our facilities, our primary health care clinics, primarily offer extractions. And that is not only in the Western Cape, that is in the rest of the country. A few speakers spoke about inequalities. And if we really want to see inequalities, you only have to look at somebody's teeth. It is stark how we accept poorer communities. It is the norm not to have teeth in your mouth or have very bad oral health. So we need to ask, what are we not doing? Because we cannot be in communities for so long and we don't change much. We change within our facilities. So for me, the idea of community engagement and us looking at community engagement differently is really an opportunity. Because if we truly want to engage a community rather than do outreach, where we decide what we're going to do in terms of teaching, learning, research, it's when communities have a say, and communities have a say in shaping where we are going. We find that communities tend to be very appreciative and say, thank you, I no longer have pain. But really when communities are going to say, what are you doing that we have pain? What are you not doing? Why is it that children still have, the problems they have? So engagement truly would mean communities start asking questions. And those questions will shape what we research. Because somebody spoke about the different communities and how we create communities not only outside but in our institution. So if communities start asking questions and we need answers, maybe we would create different communities. If one looks at the dental faculty, we're bound by what we know in terms of science, in terms of research. But if the questions we ask are broader, then the communities in terms of science, humanities, law, we should be looking at different answers, and it creates opportunities. So for me, when we truly engage a community, thinking of Mitchell's Plain and surroundings, is when people actually have a say in saying, so what are we doing? What has been the impact of you being here? When students ask us questions, what are we doing? And when we are not so sensitized that we walk past somebody with a swelling and, well, it's just a swelling, what are we going to do about it? But asking why. I think we have the opportunity to rethink community engagement in terms of our communities for research, for teaching. And if we involve communities in asking those questions, it will force us out of our silos of working in our professions, because we go into communities and we stay in our professions, to be looking at research differently, to look at innovation, because there must be things we need to do differently to improve health. What do we do in knowledge production, that the resources we use are not always based on us using resources and adapting those resources to our context, but us actually producing resources related to our context that others are using. So I think it is an appropriate time to think about the notion of community engagement, and not only the possibilities it allows us, but the responsibilities it places on us in terms of communities and how we think about communities. Other speakers spoke about multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary research, innovation. These knowledge and these groups are available. We have access to a lot of resources amongst ourselves, and the idea is really for us to just use it differently. I just want to add on to the question of language, how we exclude people, basically providing access to basic information because of exclusion of language. So just in ending off, I think we need to look at not only the possibilities, but the responsibilities for us as universities that this community engagement allows. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. I think you've again highlighted the production of knowledge and the importance of letting communities ask the questions and how that will guide our learning and our teaching and our research. And that we need to also again take responsibility with regard to that. So thank you. And also for highlighting the reflective aspect about it, as what are we doing and why are we doing and what is the impact of what we are doing. So really calling us to be accountable and to reflect on our actions in communities. So thank you for that. Our last speaker panel is from a student perspective, and I'm so glad that we have a representative that speaks from the students. So this is Ms. McGeaney, and she is a third-year social work student, a Golden Key member, which is really great, committed to academic excellence and student empowerment, a dynamic student leader. She serves in multiple roles, including SRC Academic Affairs Officer. Leadership champion is for community-centered transformation in higher education. She advocates for academic support, inclusive development, and meaningful student engagement across campus spaces. So you've been highlighted as people are saying students are our community, so please give us your perspective on that. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say I'm very glad that the panelists didn't use their whole entire 15 minutes, because now I have a whole lot of time.
Yeah, I wanted to say you've got time, only 5 minutes.
It's also great to see that the Dean of CHS is here, so maybe we can add into my bio like a Dean's Merit student, you know? Just think about it, just think about it. Well, I'm here to represent students, and from the students' view, UWC as a place, historical context, and student urgency. It is important to understand that student movements today are faced with materialistic and systematic challenges, such as tuition fee, food insecurity, gender-based violence, mental health, and institutional insufficiencies, particularly around NSFAS. These struggles, while very much different, still reflect the same desire for dignity and justice. Digital mobilization is a key role in organizing and allowing swift action, and that can only be done through great engagement with institutional structures such as the SRC, the FSRCs, and the residential committee members, and the university councils, moving away from confrontation but to negotiation. Today's activism is marked by deep awareness addressing how race, class, gender, and identity shapes the oppression on campus. Student leadership has become more bureaucratic, and it provides a formal channel of advocacy. It can also be radical. Activism is now less centralized and become more episodic, shaped by the economic limitations of students. Yet UWC's legacy of resistance endures its institutional memory and continues to inspire new generations. The battles may have been different, but the commitment to justice still prevails. Today, students are not facing or fighting against racial laws, but against structural inclusivity and economic limitations in a democratic yet unequal society. And in doing so, they uphold the spirit of activism that has always defined UWC. UWC as a space. Today, our university is a home of diverse student body, many whom are first in their homes to graduate, first in their home to attend university. They come from townships, they come from rural areas and informal settlements. They bring rich culture and knowledge. They bring resilience and hope, yet many of them still experience exclusion through language barriers, curriculum content, or economic limitations. These dynamics shape how students engage in their academic project. Space means that having platforms where students can express their voices and influence in institutional direction. It is important to understand that, yes, student movements might exist. However, it is also important to give them the power to be powerful and responsive. They are not just symbolic, but they're here to represent students and to lead students to a greater good. Bridging the difference between the universities and communities. As UWC grows at its national and global representation, it is important to remain rooted in communities that give meaning. The university must act as an anchor of stability, reliability, and committed to local development. Students play a crucial role in this process. We as students are often the bridge between the university and our communities. We serve as tutors, volunteers, mentors, and researchers. As we're speaking now, we have student teachers who are in Khayelitsha, Delft, who are doing their teaching practicals because they're giving back to their students. As we're speaking now, the student nurses who are within the hospital, who are within the communities, giving back. So it's very important to understand that students play a key and important role in giving back to our communities. We call for a university that listens to the voice of those that are outside. Let the people in Delft, Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, and rural areas see UWC not as an elect space, but as their institution, where they see that they are welcomed by the institution, rather than the fact that they are being closed off by the gates of the institution. The more students actually go outside and represent and be there for the institution, the more members of the institution and more students we will gain within this institution. However, students cannot fully participate in community engagement if they do not receive institutional support from the institution. It is important to support student movement. It is important to support the FSRCs, the residential committees, and all the other structures that exist within the institution, because we are trying to ensure that the students and the communities are being represented to the best of par. Now, rethinking community engagement, seeing students as collaborators. Now, this is going to be very touchy for some of you, so you will forgive me. It is important to rethink students. It is important to view student movement like this. This rethinking must extend on how we view student movement, which is often casted by university administrators as disruptive or even barbaric. Yes. Yet these movements have played a historical role in holding institutions accountable, not just to their students, but to a broader society that they serve. Do not see student movement and SRC members as people who are opposing you, but see them as people who are reminding you of what you should be doing to communities and what you should be doing to the institution. From challenging fees and for highlighting injustices like gender-based violence and housing insecurities, student activism represents a view that no one of you knows. Some of you have experienced back then, but it's completely different to what is it now. Rather than criminalizing protest or reducing students to risk to being managed, the institution should value activism as a part of the university's public mission. This means that you should be creating a space for student-led community-based research, service learning, and social impact initiatives, while also protecting students. When students act with purpose and urgency, they are not breaking their university, but they're reminding you of what you should be doing and what a university is meant to be. Tension. Okay, as collaborators, it is important to understand that we might be chasing ranks and we might embrace innovation, but let us never lose sight of our foundation values, our fundamental values. Students are a vital role in holding this balance. We understand both worlds. We participate in international conferences and holding campaigns of students. Yes, we read academic texts and we read community head letters, but we dream of a global impact, and we're also deep in local struggles. We urge the institution to invest in multilingual education, rural outreach, interdisciplinary research, and inclusive leadership. Let the intellectual project that one uplifts not just for a privileged few, but for many of those who are still waiting for access and dignity, for opportunities as well. As student leaders, what we are doing now, we are not doing it just for now, but we want to leave a long-lasting effect. And we can only do that with people of this institution, the people in this room. Give us the resources that we need as students so that when we sit in enrollment meetings, we get to understand that the 26,000 students can be admitted within the institution in the first few weeks because there's collaboration that is happening between us. Now, in closing, UWC is more than a university. It is living and breathing space of possibility. And its future lies in partnership between students, staff, communities, and its allies. As students, we are not just simple recipients of knowledge. We are producers, translators, and implementers. Let us not be trusted with more than just seats at the table. Let us help with shaping the menu through mentorship program, collaboration, advocacy, creative expressions. Students can drive the transformation that we all seek. UWC is an intellectual project that must reflect its generational spirit. As Ahmad 2K, we are bold, grounded, and hopeful, and we are just. Together, let us continue building a university, not only that just remembers where it comes from, but that leads to the vision of where it is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. You didn't need that extra time. In actual fact, you were really good. You managed it. So you've given us enough time for the questions. I just want to say thank you to you for telling us what your role is, and that you're holding us accountable, and that you are there to make sure that we meet our public mission. So thank you for that. Now we will go to the section on questions, because I think that's why we're here. It's important for us to have that discussions. And I think I'm going to do the 3 questions at a time, if that's okay. So if the gentleman over there, and then, oh my gosh, at the back, there, right at the back, yeah. And then, yeah, okay. So do we have the roving mic over here? The gentleman here with the scarf, yeah.
Okay, I had to put my hand up first.
I know. I saw you.
At the end it was squashed.
Okay.
Okay. We're talking about how the university is duplicated by the community, and how that is reinforced, those structural existence is reinforced in the university, and now the university goes back and reinforce it in the community. So if we're talking about those kind of things, I want us also to talk or think about the university inside. Now, how has it become normalized, accepted, that we have the most vulnerable sections of our family, university family, being outsourced? How is it, and how do we justify the fact that many of the administrators, there's no path for career development for them, but there's a path for career development for academics? do we... So I mean, look, I've read Said, I've read Balafir, I've read a lot of these people. Okay, I want to ask the questions right here. Do you know that when Jakes started, or in the 80s, we said that the struggle against apartheid is also a struggle against the past laws and workers. And therefore, workers needed to have a right to education, because that was part of the struggle. And Jakes and ANC, SACP, the unions, had an agreement then that they would start a workers' college. Now, this is 35 years ago, more than 35 years ago. We have, from the workers' college, we had an institution developed like Detsela. I don't think many of you even know about Detsela. I don't think whether the university, who saw itself as, at that stage, many of the working class people were participating in the university. Okay. But they're missing. Yeah. You know, or we're seeing less and less. So I'm going to stop my questions there. But these are, for me, serious questions in which knowledge is also produced. You know, in class, intersectionality, racial divisions.
Okay.
And so we need to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you. So over there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Liema Makalima, the current chairperson of the Law Student Faculty Representative Committee, formerly known as the Law Student Council. First, my question will be based on the community engagement by Prof. Fanelwa. You mentioned the fact that we come from different backgrounds. So I want to ask, do universities really consider the community that we come from as students? Mostly, I'll try to say colors and blacks, because, for example, in my community, we do 7 subjects. And in students who come from advantageous places, do 8 subjects, which leaves us at a disadvantage when you have to apply. Remember, UWC has its own point counting system. So if you already have 8 subjects, you are at an advantage more than me. So do university really consider that thing, that let's talk about we give them an opportunity? Because they say we take the best points at the top. Those students already have 55 points. I'm at 47, even though I tried very hard. I don't know if the university looks at that. Secondly, Prof. Van Mal mentioned the fact that student community should be always the first point, should be always the first engagement. But I don't think the university does that to an extent. That's why you'll see us in January, across the year, we always protest, we always strike, and being victimized and criminalized as if we're barbaric, just like Ambesiwe said. It's because the university doesn't communicate with us. It doesn't come to students. There's A, B, C, and D. What's your view on that? They base that responsibility on only 2 people who sit on the council in the SRC. And those people fail to not fail to an extent, but it's going to be difficult for them to communicate with 26,000 students at large. Because maybe that might be good to me, but it might not be good to another person. I think the university should start creating engagements for students to come. Students as A, B, and C. What's your view on that? Because the only time we get to engage with the university and management and like this is only at events like this, where you have to RSVP. And I'm sure not even 10% of everyone who says a student. It's a difficult thing. So I think the university needs to restructure that thing.
Okay, thank you. Over here.
Good morning. My name is My name is Damaris Kiewitz, and I'm the Community Liaison Officer. What an opportunity, because the reality is not in the room. Let's address the elephant, and as the last speaker said, I think the lady of the dental faculty, you just made my heart pump so good, because I remember the dental faculty back then through WCPP. Now I can go through all the community engagement structures this university had, and yet until today, we are struggling to really be what we are supposed to be because of financial resources. Now, the dental faculty back then, I was the field worker in CHS and identified a community on the West Coast that had dental problems. The dental faculty didn't ask a lot of questions like they asked today. I need to fill in a booklet of forms because I want an outreach in Lambert's Bay. How real can that be for communities that doesn't have access? And it's like I told my colleagues, access is the one thing because it can be there. But when you get there, what is on the inside? And I think my message to this university, ek praat 'n ding soos hy is. My message to this university, our students are real people. Our communities are real people. And so when you make a decision or consideration, Muniba sitting here, working in the fishing communities on the West Coast, the job she did in Doringbaai, are you aware of it? She turned a fishing community of poverty into a fishing community that now flourishes because of... Nou, jy weet nie, ek volg julle op. Jy kan maar gaan, ek gaan na jou. It flourishes because the community sees the opportunity of being engaged. And so research, learning and teaching and community engagement need to speak to each other so that we can influence and impact policy and policy change. And our students must be conscientized in grade 11 already when making their preparation to come to university. Why? They come here after grade 10 and nobody has spoken to them, so they don't know what they are letting themselves into. My message, sorry Prof, my message to the executive of UWC, change the way we want to do things. Research is one thing, but if your research document gathers dust, it means absolutely nothing to communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to ask the panel if they would like to, I don't know who would like to take the first question. The first question, I don't know, I think we should really be asking the executive about that one. But if there's anybody here on the panel who wants to talk about equality and equity for the workers and that community, not just the student community, but the workers and the outsourcing of those positions and what the implication is for those communities in the university. Can we ask you, Prof, or somebody from the executive or somebody from human resources? Is there anything in the pipeline?
So there was a question about counting in points and 7 subjects versus 8, and I think our registrar's office colleagues would be well placed to answer that question. And then I'll come to the other questions around how we change the way we do things as an institution, but I think we must allow the panel.
Okay. So then we'll leave that question and that for the next time. So then the other question about, I think was for you for now, about community and access, and do we look at those communities?
Yes, Mr. Makalima, I want to answer the question by saying that my understanding is that the 8th subject is a choice that a student, gets, or they would ask the school if they could do the 8th subject. So you spoke about the privileged schools having 8 subjects. Not all of them have the 8th subject because most of the time the students have to attend classes outside of the school. And in the underserved communities, my observation has been there is a form of, not all schools again, there is a sense of not caring by some of the principals, and this is my experience from the work that I've been doing in the communities. And you'll find that sometimes you go on a Saturday, you've arranged for a tutoring class, and the gate is closed. You are there sometimes to meet the grade 9s in order to give them career guidance. The students are not available. So some schools are not really serious about the engagement the universities want with them, okay? But my understanding, when it comes to the 8th subject, it is something that the student or the learner in the school asks from the principal or the subject advisors if they could have that. And I do understand your concern about whether the university does consider that into play. I'm not the registrar or anything else, and I don't think anybody from the registry is here at the moment, so I can't fully answer that. But all I can say is we're not a university that would purposely neglect a student or would purposely not enroll a student when we see either this potential or we see that your points are just on the mark for admission. So I would leave it there. But from both ends, both privileged environments and underserved communities, sometimes there is a sense of not caring by the administration of the schools. And this is from my personal experience working with the schools.
Okay.
So I hope I've answered you. Thank you.
Karen wanted to.
Thank you. So just briefly, yes, I can't comment in full to the question about the workers' colleges and that, but I'll just say one thing. Maybe we remember the solidarity between students and workers during fees must fall, and we can learn from that. So that's the only thing I'll say there, just to underscore, I think, the importance of your comment. So maybe just on the access question, I do not know enough about this, but I was wondering about the NBTs. Some universities use the national benchmark exam to look at entrance, and that's maybe a more equalizing way instead of looking at school points. But I hear the comment about the student and, you know, the extent to which we sometimes look very widely in terms of where we should assist, but poverty starts here. And if there's a very real issue in the beginning of the year about lack of housing for students, you know, that should be present and in a way come first. And maybe what you are saying is that's not only the management's problem, it's all of us working here, being committed. So our gaze is often to the world, to the region. We work on SDGs, but poverty starts here. Homelessness, transport issues, and absolutely. So maybe just thirdly, the colleague here, I absolutely, you know, hear what you're saying, but maybe just one comment that not all of the work that we do at the university or in a university space is immediately translatable to practice. That doesn't mean that ultimately it will not have practical effect. But we do different things here, and I think if we can just acknowledge that kind of plurality. So our starting point, our aim should definitely be the same, that we should have ultimately a concrete impact. But sometimes in some disciplines it will not be that clear or that immediate.
To the infusion of research and teaching and learning and community engagement and the fact that we are working with real people, because that's part of what you just presented to us today.
Well, sorry. I don't know whether my microphone is on. Yeah, well, look, I actually wanted to respond to the worker point first. Look, I don't know enough about what is happening at UWC, but I think this issue about the outsourcing, insourcing of workers is really an issue that has to do with the funding model of the university. And I think that conversation needs to happen there. And I think we've got to recognize that workers, and it's absolutely fantastic to know that the Tsela is actually based at this university, and they've argued for many years. I remember conversations with people like Gino Govender way back about setting up, for example, a chair around worker education. Fortunately, we do have one, the community adult in work education chair right now. But I think we've got to recognize the value of the role that workers play within our society. And I think it is worth thinking through how the likes of Tetsela interfaces with the scholarship around worker education within the university. You have the Institute for Post-School Studies, for example, how it connects with that, and the kinds of struggles that workers are confronting, not only inside the institution, but also outside of the institution. I think that makes for a quite a interesting model or demonstration of how the university uses its infrastructural capabilities to help us formulate educational programs that connect workers who come from these communities where there's enormous struggle, how you then connect it with those local struggles. So I think I'm quite interested to hear that. I think the other one here about the dental school and the story about Lambert's Bay and so on. I think again, here is from just what I hear, and again I'm speaking with very little background, is that I think there are most likely several demonstrations of possibility. People talk about it, that exist in different places within the institution. And for me, this is a crucial example. For example, working with the issue of food with the coastal communities. Sorry, I'm making an assumption. But I think here is another example of how universities need to actually strengthen those kinds of demonstrations to show what is possible through academic involvement directly linked to community-related issues such as food, and to look at how do you remove the barriers that has been created. And if I have to blame it on anything, I would blame it on the tough decisions that the executive need to make. And I'm not trying to defend them, because I know that university executives are struggling because of the current funding model that's actually being forced upon universities. And I think it is important for academics, the students, to participate and help shape that funding model, because if you change the funding model, you may well have the scope to do all kinds of interesting work. So I thought that is another demonstration. So I don't know exactly what you want me to respond about Did I do that?
Comprehensive response.
Sorry.
Thank you. We're running out of time because it's 25 past, and I've seen so many hands. But I think that maybe those questions could be asked when we have the second session and we have the respondents speaking to these questions. But I'd like to just ask in closing for the other panel members who haven't said anything, maybe if they want to make any closing remarks.
Yes, I'd like to make a remark about, I think the second speaker's question around access really resonated with me. Access around admissions, and I know he obviously touched on points, but I think for me the fundamental question was about, are our admissions policies about access, or are they about gatekeeping? What do the points really have to do with what we are wanting to achieve as a university? And how can we structure admission in a way that bears in mind who really comes to UWC and who we want to see here? I think, for example, with admission into postgrad, there's a certain percentage, right? And I've always wondered what informs that, because sometimes the really good students who would be great researchers do not meet that mark, not because they will not have the ability to research, but because they're asking questions that are outside of the curriculum. And when we gatekeep and say, if you don't have 65, you can't come in, our admission is not about access, but about gatekeeping. So thinking about tools and instruments that would allow people to access our space and be in this place, and bear in mind, the circumstances in which they're studying in, so that these instruments are not excluding those who really need to be here.
Thank you.
Can I just add something? Can I just add something to what Prof has just said now? I remember in the olden days, there were a lot of bridging courses which really allowed people to get into the course that you want. I wonder if it's something that the university could possibly look into, having those bridging courses back again. Even if you take 4 years to complete the course, or let's say you take longer to do, or 2 years to do the honors, if we could possibly have that implemented again. Because I think it was a good way of getting students in to the system, but also to strengthen their capabilities in the chosen fields as well. So thank you for raising that.
Thank you.
Mine will just be asking the institution to see students as collaborators, not just as students. I wish that as the institution, we can see students as people who want to pass by knowledge, who want to also be part of passing by the knowledge through people. And it's very important that we invest in students, because we are the only people that actually know how it's like to go into communities. Right now, I'm sure none of us actually know what are the student teachers doing there, how they even got there. So it's time that as the education faculty, we advocate for shuttles for student teachers who are going to these different schools. We advocate for traveling allowances for those that prefer to take shuttles to go to these traveling institutions or schools. So just be in the ground and be present within the faculty board meetings and listen to the FSRCs. They bring about new innovative ways that many of us have never thought about. It is very important to invest in them. Invest in them so that you can understand how to see them and how to respond to them. They hold the future. The future and the partnership and the future of UWC lies within the substructures of the SRC. And if you do not listen to us as the substructures of the SRC, it is then very much impossible for us to pave a way for the future and for other students. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say?
I just wanted to add to the lady who raised the question about oral health. I think when we look at community engagement, we need to look at how the institution engages with the Department of Health so that we use our resources effectively, the students as well as health department, and not see it as pockets engaging the institution. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say thank you to the panel and for bringing your insights and your experience to the discussion. And so now we'll break. Oh, Prof, you wanted to say something? Yes.
Thank you. I just got info from our registrar to say that the 7 subjects versus 8 subjects, we don't privilege the number of subjects, 8 versus 7. The university takes the best marks. Thanks. So the best of the best 7 out of the 8 rather than all 8, or the 7 that have been done.
Okay, thank you. So we will be breaking, we'll have a comfort break, and we are 5 minutes late, so can I ask that we start, we're supposed to start at 25:02, that we start, come back and be back at 22. So thank you very much for your questions, and apologies to those we couldn't answer and find time. Thank you.
Colleagues, we've had a good session this morning. We're now going to move on to the second part of the session. And this is going to be hosted by Prof. Khala. And for this session, we have the respondents who are Dr. Gerard Phillips, Prof. Russell Kashula, our external, Prof. Nkunki Mandleni, Dr. Samantha van Skalkwijk, Mr. Ayanda Takani, he's the union rep, and then our SRC student, Mr. Beki. I can't pronounce that surname so well. Is it okay? We covered. Good. And then at the end of the session, we'll have Prof. Mario Smith, who will then just draw the session together in terms of what came out from session 1 as well as session 2, and also then to give some pointers for institutional planning to take into consideration as we move forward. One of the key things that came out of the first session is that the students want to be partners with us, and they won't fight management all the time, but we'll do this thing together as we move forward. So I hand over to you, Prof. Khala. And Prof. Khala, Prof. Daniels did well on time, so we will be monitoring you to keep time as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Franz. And colleagues, welcome to our second session. I'm just looking around and I see we have some gaps. What you said was right. Yes. Yes, you the face. Thank you. As we start, I think it's important to acknowledge our Vice-Chancellor, Professor Balfour. I don't see him. Oh, yes, right at the back. The executive of the institution, colleagues, deans, I see people are here, academic staff as well as our professional staff, colleagues who are working behind the scenes. Obviously, we have to acknowledge them because this is promising to be a great success. We're not done yet, but already we can see where it's going. And thank you very much for your support. The panelists were properly briefed, and this happened around about 3:30 this morning in the early hours. So we did communicate, and they know exactly what they're supposed to do. Prof. Franz, VC, I think this notion of the dialogue, as I can see, is all about change. And I can see from these discussions, in fact, from the very first dialogue, it's sort of signaling what one sees as some kind of liberation for UWC, knowing the history and knowing the context of this university from way back. Unlike Ivo and Natalie, I joined 10 years later, I think. That sort of says something about my age. So I was here as a student in the 90s, early 90s to be precise. And at that time, you wouldn't really go through, especially those of us who were in the Faculty of Education, doing our footwork in education and arts and humanities, you wouldn't go through your second, third year without referencing the work of Paulo Freire. I think Ivo has done very well in lifting that, and putting it on the fore to say, I think what we are doing here is the work of Paulo Freire, basically. The power of dialogue and its significance in taking, us forward and also underscoring, enriching one another and emphasizing, the mutual learning that's required for all of us and take the university forward. So thank you for that. For your leadership, Vice-Chancellor, and the bigger team, and the university community, of course, for agreeing to be part of this movement. I call it a movement. So what Freire does in all of this, I mean, in his seminal work, amongst others, is obviously to underscore the role of education in fostering community engagement, if you understand where I'm coming from. And this positioning, of course, does not only empower individuals and communities, but more importantly, fostering transformation in terms of communities responding to social realities. I think that's the kind of message that we're beginning to pick up, especially with the panel earlier on. Very important questions, pertinent questions have been raised with our first panel, and of course some responses from them to the audience. And I sense that our role here this morning is to serve the audience, respond and speak from our positions and respond to what is before us, and of course take the discussion further, as we are hoping to at least benefit a lot as we are resetting and looking at the new IOP, and of course putting forward the strategy of the university to the next level. So I'm not going to waste too much of your time. I would want to hand over to our respondents, and in no particular order, preference is to give an opportunity to our external Professor Nkonki Mandleni, who came all the way from Durban, from MUT, Mangosuthu University of Technology. One interesting thing about that university, as she pointed out during our briefing session this morning, is that it's the university that is located Ekasi. Do you know what it means? Ekasi. Elokshi, township. Yeah. So she's going to share with us how do we take the university to the streets, basically. I can just briefly share her bio. Prof. Busisiwe Nkonki Mandleni is an associate professor and director for community engagement at Mangosuthu University of Technology, and she's also serving as a vice chair of the I'm sure that's a long name. Yes. With 25 years in higher education, she championed stakeholder-driven, research-informed community partnerships. Her work focuses on climate-smart, community-based solutions that impact food security, child health, and education. And she integrates engagement into academic practice, bridging teaching, research, and real-world impact through transdisciplinary collaboration. Prof, we are in your capable hands, and take us through, based on your expertise in relation to this subject. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Khalakhala. All protocols observed. I won't go into detail, but I'm really humbled to be in this space. It's quite humbling, actually, to be among academics, intellectuals, students. It's quite a space that I appreciate and love. Yes, I'm coming from Mangosuthu University of Technology just to share my perspective as the university is resetting, as Prof. Khalakhala is saying. The first thing that I want to really draw your attention to is the fact that the reason why we are in a university is because of a student. The student is central. I've been lecturing for 15 years, and I liked what I was doing. Actually, I'm not lecturing now. I am managing an office in the university, which is responsible for collaborating community engagement in the entire university. So what is important here is that we need to be aware of the fact that we are here because of the student. And when that student walks to the podium to receive the qualification, we should ask ourselves the graduate attributes that the student has. Is the student a critical thinker? Is the student socially responsible? Does the student know what we mean by being ethical? Does the student have all these attributes: innovative, knowledgeable, team player, skilled collaborator? So those are the responsibilities of the entire university. It's the academics, the support staff, the university management. So that when we produce those students, we don't just count numbers in order to get that thing that you know, which is the DHEAD funding. So that is point number one. In as much as our students are our primary focus, the secondary focus, which is also very critical, is this community. Who is our community? That is also very, very important. I would encourage the university maybe to have a dialogue on that topic. Who is our community? Is it the poor people out there that we think we can give them shoes? Or who is our community? We as a university, we need to be aware of the helixes that we need to engage with. That is the academia, the civil society organizations, the industry, or what we call business, and also the environment for sustainability, so that it can be preserved, can be used by the next and the next generations. What we call now the quintuple helix. I don't want to come to big words here, because I don't want to confuse students. A university is a place, Professor Khalakhala, and a space that fosters holistic development of a student. In other words, it should provide an environment for the students to be nurtured in order to be able to learn freely and to engage critically and to also evaluate the information that are given by the academic students, by the academic staff members. So in as much as the university is a space and a place that fosters that holistic development, we need to question ourselves as the academics, what kind of information are we giving to our students? Are we still Eurocentric, or are we embracing the local knowledge? How do we do that? How do we bring to the space so that we can co-create the new knowledge? So that is very important for us to know who is our community. University is also a space of inquiry. Students are encouraged to ask questions, to explore topics, and to seek answers through inquiry-based learning. And we all know that students are curious and their energy should be channeled towards that direction of inquiry. As a university is also a place and a space that cultivates a global citizenship, whereby students are prepared to navigate diverse perspectives, cultures, environments, equipping them to thrive in an interconnected world. In other words, students must be free to join different societies in the organization so that they can be able to understand, they can also be inclusive, and they can also have an understanding of the diversity of the student body. We, as a UWC, is also important to have student exchange programs, which offers opportunities to experience different cultures and perspective. And then lastly, in terms of our teaching or lecturing, how do we do the assessment? The assessment should be methods that are inclusive, that value diverse perspectives and experiences of the students. I just want to pause here. I've got a nephew. Now he is only 24 years, but when he was still at the creche, what we call early childhood development school, he would go beyond the instruction of the teacher. If he is instructed to write an O, to him this O, it looks so plain. And then you'd put some ears and some nose and some, what features some hair. In other words, as universities, are we really open to accommodate such students? It's very important. A university is a place and a space to embrace learning as well, to provide opportunities for students to acquire knowledge in various fields and disciplines, and also to develop particular skill, especially the skill of communicating, skill of being adaptable and flexible, and also a skill of being aware of the fact that we are in the VUCA world. I'm sure that is not a strange word. It's a volatile world, a world that is full of uncertainties. We are just coming from COVID-19 now, and that should be made aware to our students so that they can be able to navigate these issues of uncertainty. And personal growth. A university is a space and a place for self-discovery. If you cannot discover yourself in the university, where are you going to discover yourself? So the university must provide that environment for the student to be able to discover himself or herself. And the university should also provide the students opportunities to explore their interests, their values, their passions, their emotional intelligence, and then also to help them to be self-aware and also strengthen their social skills. Social skills, we got a sketch of GBV now, and I've been in a session last week where we're trying to really navigate the space. How come we are here? How did we find ourselves as a society that is having this challenge? And we realized that the one aspect that has not been addressed in our society is the importance of self-worth. Another thing that I want to bring across, with your permission, Chairperson, is that university, UWC, should be seen as a place and a space to reflect, not only the students to reflect on what they are learning, but also the academic staff members. What are we good for? Not what we are good at. That is very, very important. We know we publish, we do a lot of traveling, we are very much known about all that, but what are we good for? So we need to reflect as the university, because we, as a university, we are not operating in a vacuum, we are operating in a society, and therefore we need to be socially relevant. So that is also what I wanted to bring across to this discussion. Also, the university is a place and a space that engages with the community. That one is a very thorny issue because that is where really we're still battling as universities. We all know that community engagement has not been there before the New South Africa, in as much as the universities did all those outreach activities that were not structured, that did not even have follow-ups. But now, we've got an obligation as a national imperative to be a university that engages with our communities. So how do we do that? Do we know how to do it as universities? As UWC, do we have the art of engaging with our communities? I'll just share my experience from where I come from. At MUT, partnerships are the key. We value our partners. Even when we do the awarding, we make sure that we also acknowledge our partners. And also how to nurture this partnership. from my own experience as well, we have been able to, it was not easy, in fact, because as academics, we don't want to be questioned. You put a fact across and then nobody must question you. So it becomes very an uncomfortable space when you have to question an academic. But we introduced what we call a family talk, where we talk and bring across those uncomfortable conversations, and we coined it in isiZulu so that we can be socially relevant. We call it Inguyazana. We do it once a year, where we bring different communities where they can be able to confront and ask academics, what are you good for? It's going very well, and it opens the minds of academics to understand that their role does not only end within the confines of the university premises. We have also developed a strategy that is birthed by our 5-year plan, which we call an anchor strategy. A strategy that defines how, as a university, are anchored in our communities. A strategy that looks at addressing the societal challenges, driving innovation, and contributing to the betterment of our society. And we have flagship projects that are focusing on STEM. They're also focusing on the environmental sustainability, focusing on skilling and digital skilling, and the rest. So that makes the university to be so relevant to our communities, because we address exactly what the communities are looking for. And as a university, we are an open university in the fact that we provide a space for our communities to come to the campus so that they can be able to learn those areas where they are they are struggling with. So we offer a space for lifelong learning through partnership with various businesses and organizations and sitters as well. And it really makes us to be so relevant to our community because of that anchor strategy. It works very well, but we're still going to evaluate it. I don't want to draw conclusions for now. We're also looking at a university, if we really, as UWC, want to reset. As UWC, you need to be a university that promotes social impact. By addressing societal challenges, driving innovation, and contributing to the betterment of our society. How do we do that? Through research and innovation, and also by having some innovation hubs, so that we can have those students that are like my nephew, who, when he's instructed to write a zero, he puts ears and nose. Because students are curious, and students have got their minds, and they need to be given that space to be innovators. And also to promote societal or social impact, we need to be able to engage openly with our communities and allow them to critique us as the university. And we are doing that through that Inguyazana. And we also provide a space where we capacitate our academics and students. We do have a quarterly community engagement forum where our academic staff members come and then they share their challenges. Because when you go out there to the community, it's a different space altogether. It becomes a shock to most of our students and communities and academic staff members. So we educate them, we capacitate them, issues of protocols, issues of respect, and also issues of expecting what to get when you go out there to the community. I'm not sure how many minutes I'm left with, but I just want to share with you.
You left with 1
minute. Okay, I just want to share with you the take-homes as you are preparing for your IOP. The first one is that we all know that universities have got competing priorities in terms of resource allocation. And because of university rankings, the resource allocation tends to be biased towards research. So I would really implore the university management, I'm happy that the VC is here, and also the DVCs, so that they can relook into how a community engagement can have a space and a place at MUT. And the fact that the community engagement is a non-funded mandate, it makes it very hard to get a space and a hearing by the university. And the fact that there is a lack of understanding of what CE is and how community engagement is and how it contributes it contributes in fact to the challenge of not having a voice in the university. So it means at MUT you need an art DVC, an art of bringing the university community on board. There are various approaches that can be used. From my own experience, I used the appreciative inquiry, and I was able to bring the entire university, including the deans, they were on board, and we are doing so well through that approach. And I won't repeat the other one, but what is also important is to reward for excellence. When academic staff members and students do well in community engagement, please acknowledge and reward them. And lastly, but certainly not the least, ethical engagements. We are dealing with communities that have the knowledge that most of us as academic staff members are not aware of, which we call indigenous knowledge. Then if we get that knowledge, we need to go back and give them that feedback. And the question that I'm going to leave with you is that with that new knowledge that has been co-created by the university community and the society, whose knowledge is it? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I think closing on a very important note, whose knowledge is it? Perhaps it's one of the questions that we may have to interrogate further. It did come up, in the first panel, and you've highlighted quite a few important points, which I'm not going to elaborate on. I'm just watching my time, and there is another timekeeper, in the audience who's looking at me like this. But it's also important to underscore the key concepts as we are putting them forward. One being the partnership. I think I'm picking that up from Inguyazana, which is the experience that you are pointing out from your background. Apart from the partnership, you're highlighting the collaborative relationships, which we have to embrace. But more so, the impact that we also need to underscore. So I won't say much. I mean, colleagues are here. They will also take this forward. But these are some of the key, important points that you've picked up. But overall, we are saying students matter. We're here because of students. So students matter. And I think that's a message that you are also sharing with us. At this point, I'd like to move on and invite Dr. Gerard Phillips, who's one of our important guests here. Dr. Phillips is an occupational therapist and senior lecturer at UWC. And he leads interprofessional education. He leads interprofessional education initiatives in different capacities across Africa. And he's also serving as the chair of the AfriPen and IPEU. His research promotes health equity, collaborative practice, and curriculum innovation. He actively contributes to global networks, advancing primary healthcare education and policy aligned with SDGs and Agenda 2063. Colleague, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that introduction. And I'm happy to be here this morning to be part of this dialogue. Prof, you mentioned quite a few key points, and I actually want to hook onto some of the things that you've mentioned. I think firstly, just to kind of position myself, Prof, you mentioned graduate attributes. So within the Faculty of Community and Health Sciences, part of my role was also to get students to develop interprofessional core competencies. And so we want graduates, when they exit the university to receive their degree, to attain those graduate attributes, but also interprofessional core competencies. Now, what does that mean? What is it about? And we've heard in the dialogue this morning that people use terms like working interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary, and I'm also bringing this concept of working interprofessionally. And so if we look at our current health system, it's based on primary health care, and people work very much multidisciplinary, so they have the different expertise of being a doctor, a nurse, social worker, etc. But those departments don't necessarily work together. And so at UWC, we pride ourselves in developing a student that can work across the disciplines. And so that's very much my role within the faculty and at the university, is to prepare students to work across disciplines. Now, recently we wrote a paper around these core competencies, and we used the analogy of being on a flight. And so we want our students to collect stamps at the different checkpoints in their passport to show what they've achieved, and in terms of their destination that they're trying to reach. And so when thinking about our dialogue here this morning, I was thinking about, we use the word knowledge production. And this led me to think about the university being like a type of factory where we're producing this knowledge. And when I'm not an academic, I'm a car enthusiast, so I thought about a factory that produces a vehicle. And if we look at this factory, we have to think of where it's stationed, where it's positioned. And often these factories are in industrial areas where they have to be away from society in terms of the noise, the pollution. They need certain facilities where they can test this vehicle, etc. And so as a university, we also have to think about our place in society, where we are. And I think UWC has a unique position in that we're known to be the Bush University or the Bush College. And now we are competing with, we are on the top 10 list of universities that are competing for our space in society, etc. So we've come a long way, and I'm very proud to be associated with UWC. Now, my office is at the Belleville campus, and I'd like to invite other faculties to please come and visit us. But in deciding in where the Belleville campus was before we moved across, part of the discussion was that we based in Belleville, in the heart of Belleville, because we wanted to have an influence and an impact on the Belleville community. And so by the Belleville campus being there, we wanted to engage with community. We wanted to understand what are some of the challenges, the problems, the issues there, and by being placed there, that we are part of that community and that we can invite people in and design our interventions and curriculum based on the problems and the issues there, and contribute to the development of Belleville, the Belleville community, etc. And so I'd like to take you back to this car factory where you have different stations in the factory. one department may be responsible for the type of material, and this is around, I'm just trying to draw the links in terms of access to education. And so when we're deciding what material this vehicle is going to be made out of, we're looking at the type of metal, be it aluminium or steel, etc. And as a student coming into the university, we also rate the type of material coming in. And we assign it, we spoke about the point system, of what quality is this material? Is it good enough to be in the university? Can we mold this type of material into the end product that we'd like it to be? Then you have another part in the factory that's responsible for the type of paint. There's the mechanical department, there's the electronic department, and we can give various examples. And so this material coming into the factory has to be shaped, has to be molded. You have to add components on it in order for it to be the end product that you want it to be. And this is where the core competencies come in, the interprofessional core competencies and the graduate attributes, is that we're molding this material that came in initially into an object that we want it to be. Now, we often have to ask ourselves, is the end product the product that society wants? Or are we putting a product out there that doesn't know its place? Maybe a product that can't service the different issues in society. And so maybe we have to revisit what that product is. And I think universities are in that unique space where we can have an influence on society and we can mold that product into what it should be so that it has its space in society. And going back to the health system, because I'm from community and health sciences, we're trying to produce a student that can work across disciplines. And so when they graduate as a nurse, as a social worker, as an occupational therapist. But that's not enough. In the past it was. Now we've gone through COVID and we've realized that the issues in society has become a lot more complex. And a nurse can't solve it alone, social worker can't solve it alone, but together we can make a difference and we can make an impact on society. And so perhaps at UWC, we need to have our students develop dual identities. So identities in terms of the degree that they've studied for, but having an additional identity of being cognizant of the roles that others can play with regards to a team and addressing those issues then in society. And so we speak about transformation, and Prof. Rans asked the question, what are we transforming? It's a buzzword. We're just saying now we're transforming the curriculum, we're transforming education, but what within education? What within our curriculums do we need to transform? And so this is the type of conversations that we need to have. And I think many of the colleagues already this morning spoke about what the transformation needs to look like. I'm also part of an interdisciplinary research project at UWC, and our project in particular is speaking about decoloniality, access to education, and incorporating indigenous knowledge systems. And so when we look at society in designing, for example, health professions education, do we engage with the community to find out what types of issues they have? We've learned from the global north, and we teach our students the models from the global north, and we hope that they can apply it to the South African context. But many times we find that when our students are out there, they struggle with integration. And we ask ourselves the question, why do they struggle with integration? Could the answer lie perhaps in the models that we are teaching them? Could the answers be perhaps in the pathologies that we are teaching them, that perhaps they're not relevant to the South African context? And so part of our research project that we are engaging in, one of the phases of the project is that we're planning to have a community dialogue, where we bring the community in and we speak to them about what we're trying to achieve in terms of decolonizing the curriculum. How do we incorporate them? How do we incorporate their aspects, their input, those indigenous knowledge systems that we speak about, that we often underplay in the global conversations that we have? How do we prioritize that and say that Africa has important information in terms of how we address the challenges in society? And so I think there's dialogues that we need to have as academic departments, as an institution. We need to table these and not have once-off conversations, but regular conversations and dialogue in terms of advancing our agendas in terms of higher education institutions. Now, we can have it as a higher education institution, but our project that we are focusing on, if we really want to have an impact, then we need to look at the education landscape. And it came up in the dialogue that we had, that maybe not only higher education, but we need to take steps back. Part of the questions that we had earlier is, at high school already, do we engage with those learners? Do we prepare them to come into the higher education institution? So just to wrap up, Prof, sorry, getting a bit carried away. Perhaps we need to go back to the factory, and we need to look at the vehicle that we're producing. And we need to see whether it's accepted in society and whether we need to modify it. Or perhaps we need to change the factory and get access into the factory in order to improve the products that we are producing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Phyllis. Again, I think we're beating the same drum, but I'm keen to highlight the point which came through in the form of an analogy of the factory and the product. Perhaps this is a question to be entertained later. Whilst we are molding this product, is the factory manager willing to be molded in the process of doing that? So that might be another important question to raise at the end of the day. But I think some of the key issues you're raising relate to interdisciplinarity. I mean, you come quite strongly about interprofessionally, which in some way underscore interdisciplinarity, which is a very important point. I mean, our VC talks about interdependencies, which I suspect it also highlights that point you are raising. And of course, as we talk about the new Century Curriculum Project, these are some of the developments that we would want to explore further. And thank you very much. I think we'll come back to it. At this point, I'd like to bring in Obabungube Ubeki, just to talk to us. Ubeki is enrolled for a master's degree in commerce here at our university, and he's more into entrepreneurship. Yes, and he's a techno guy from what I know. So he's very passionate about innovation and transformation in higher education, and he lives by the mantra discipline. I like this. Vision and purpose, the formula to becoming. And I'm citing from your profile, and we hand over to you. So go ahead.
Thank you very much, and no protocol observed. Mine is to advance student interests first as the custodians and stakeholders of this university. And there are quite a number of points that were raised that have been well articulated and exhausted when it comes to that. But what comes to mind when we're having this dialogue is you ask that if we take the product to the factory to refine it so that it becomes a Porsche 1978 GTA. I'm a car enthusiast as well. But is the factory manager willing to change, to understand, and to update his or her knowledge? To bring it back to a UWC context is that University of the Western Cape, as we all know it, we like to say it's the university of the left, but when we want to experience the left as students, we more or less get to be punished for it. Touching into protests, I'll get into an uncomfortable conversation. We are encouraged to voice our concerns, to voice our maladministration that we experience as university, as students, but when we do in the manner that our four barriers in terms of former students, pre-apartheid and post-apartheid do, we tend to meet a brick wall where instead of being viewed as voices of the voiceless, we viewed as barbarians or barbaric acts, and singulation of maybe those who will be leading that specific act tends to take precedence in terms of, instead of understanding why these students are coming together, maybe in January, February, to say, we don't have what you are requesting, but we are willing to meet you up front. One or two will be singled out and they'll bear the weight of the many, which I find it to be contradictory because, for example, you cannot tell me to, as my father, for example, say, son, if you see that the family is not functioning, come and have a talk with me so that we can be what we call isiNgesizulu imbumba. But when I come and say, you're not leaving enough money for bread and eggs, then you say you're not going to eat today. That is contradictory. I'm not learning anything, and there is no progress when it comes to that. So what I would love to see is that the voices, when we come together as students and say we are not happy about a certain service or an act or something that is happening, we are not singled out and get punished, but you actually open such dialogues and say, let's have a talk. Sometimes the SRC might be constrained in terms of policy and some of the things that they would, maybe we tell them to come and say, and they water them down or they put icing. Open a dialogue. It reminds me of what our former VC did, and I hope our current VC will do. During FISMA's fall, he called us all. He said he wants a family meeting at the stadium and said, let's remove the administrators, let's remove CPS, let's remove everyone. Talk to me. I am your father as a VC. What is wrong? A lot of things came out that really took him off to say, I actually didn't know. So what I would love to witness whilst I'm still at UWC, because I'm intending to do my PhD here next day, is that let's not single out those that actually cry. I'm from the rural areas of Limpopo and Khamutjagi. I only got to experience tapped or electricity, tapped water electricity, 2010 when we hosted the World Cup. So if I were to bring such an issue to say certain things that, to speak in a bureaucratic manner, are not well for me, I think I should be accorded a voice. Like Ambesiwe stated, we are co-collaborators. We are on the ground. I am the chairperson of the EMS FSRC, and when we held the EMS FSRC in Bizo, a lot of things that are shocking came from students. For example, Prof. Sia alluded to language. I came to UWC without having proper English tutelage. But through the mentorship of then Miss Ndesi, who's Dr. Ndesi, and the then Miss McGee, who's now Prof. McGee, I can articulate myself very well in front of you. So imagine if they had punished me during ALB and ALC to say, you can't speak English, therefore we will not give you attention. That would have disadvantaged me. Most probably I would have went back to Kamujaki and became a farmer of lychees or bananas or something like that. But I'm here speaking with esteemed people that I look up to. Maybe you don't know, but I do look up to you very well. With my brother here, he mentored me in my undergrad. I have my mentor there, young Atubula. He's younger than me, but he took the banner to say, I can see you struggle in certain areas of research. Let me take you under my wing. We have Umshumi, who is led by example. So I can name a lot of people, but the crux of what I'm trying to say is that for the next 5 years, let's say there is a protest at UWC. Let's not hear that there are people who are being punished for voicing out their concerns that are affecting their academic performance. But let's hear that the university took a strong stance to say, we have an identity of the left, but we have the future of innovation and excellence. Let's find a symbiotic alignment and balance between the two so that students benefit and management excels. Secondly, community engagement is quite key to me because I didn't grow up in a household where we had a tap or water. I grew up poor. And for those that know me, I advocate that very well. But one thing I can tell you is that the community has so much indigenous knowledge, and the articulation of our problems needs to be heard from us, not from a paper perspective. So it brings me to research. Prof. Bafa said when he was doing the interviews, I think it's 2 years back, he said that he would love to see UWC moving from, let me actually quote him directly so that I can reference very well. He said that he would love to see UWC as a mecca of innovation, alluding to that UWC needs to move from research-led to research-leading. But the type of research that we do needs to impact the community first here inside, benefit those who are not within our spheres in the campus. I'm going to make an example of Professor Chuk's Iwu of the Entrepreneurship and Management Department at the EMS, a very brilliant mind. He has this module called Social Entrepreneurship and Enterprise, where he doesn't believe in the Western way of writing an exam, but it needs to be practical. Talk to the community that is around you, be it students or Belleville South or Bella. Understand their stories from an entrepreneurial perspective, being in a social manner, the social enterprise, and the social impact. And in me learning that, it has led to me and my former group mates, now my business partners, in forming a business called Health Horizon, where we help Belleville South communities here and actually teach them not what to eat, not how to cook it, but in terms of nutritious foods that is accessible to them. Now imagine if I were to take cornflakes and take it to them with milk, yet they cannot afford, and I say research allows me. That would have not been beneficial. But in understanding them that they come from a marginalized area where funding, access is very poor to non-existent. The only health clinic that is there, Castle Slate Day Clinic, there is over 1,000 people that goes there. And the food program there does not benefit everyone. So we got to understand in terms of how can we, as students of UWC, we approach the dietetics faculty, how can they be able to go out there and say, hey, listen, with the little that you have, you can combine this and have a healthy nutrition. Just to end off, because I tend to talk a lot. From an entrepreneurship and innovation perspective, I think it would be very good if we were to introduce metaverse-enabled entrepreneurship. That's what my paper focuses on. It states that I'm looking into understanding that students have a very big potential in bringing about business into the university from a revenue perspective, but also teaching them a co-curriculum skill. You cannot come to university, learn a theoretical subject and walk away with the paper, but when you get to industry, they ask you, how can you apply what you have? That's where majority of graduates hit a brick wall. And that's where now there is that lack of alignment in terms of the content that you have and the practical application. I think through the Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship and the Paro Business Innovation Hub, we need to pump more resources into that. Allow university students to use the free Wi-Fi that we have. They all have smart devices. Encourage them to build businesses from a virtual perspective. Metaverse-enabled entrepreneurship is dropshipping, e-commerce. Everybody has bought from Takealot, Zando, Amazon. But if we were to encourage students to, the businesses that they have, to have, there are students who do hair at Res, cut hair. They literally come and say, I'll do your laundry. One basket is 50 Rand. If they were to have such an online service, that would be beneficial, which is a business. I go to class, when I come back, I look at my WhatsApp business. I look at my cut orders, I execute them, and then they leave. I don't need to have merchandise. I can use drop shipping. Therefore, when I walk out of UWC, just to end, I'll have a degree, but if my degree doesn't work for me, I'll have something that I can fall to than to go back home and sit down. So to you, my father, to the VC, to the executive, to the student leaders and everyone, we are co-collaborators, we are partners. We are not separate entities that need to operate in separation, but if we were to come back together, have that family talk, that nucleus, Afrocentric approach, I feel like the university will be taken forward, and my metaverse is, I'm willing to speak to you, to the farming, to fishing communities on how they can expand post the coastal areas into South Africa, because I can tell you we don't have, for example, crayfish in Limpopo. I think that's a delicacy that we'd love to have. Okay. But you can read my article and it's out and everybody, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Babu Ngube, the key message is, is quite explicit here. Dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. And with that, we really thank you. By the way, Ngube is from the north. He speaks the language of the Rain Queen, Kelubedu, which is under threat. And I think that's why he's like this. Thank you very much for sharing, and I think this is very important. And of course, the other point you are making is that the students, they by themselves constitute a community. I think that's what I'm also getting from your reflection, and there has to be a way of foregrounding that community as part of the university, and see the extent to which that community contributes meaningfully to the university. You talk of partnership, you talk of collaboration as well, which I think are very critical as we understand the notions. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Dr. Samantha. She's a senior researcher at the Community Engagement Unit here at UWC. Her research employs critical feminist and community-led methodologies to address gender violence. She has published extensively on collective strategies aimed at disrupting patriarchal and racial oppression in the post-conflict context, and disseminates her work widely in community settings. Let's hear more from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Khalakhala. And thank you to everyone who has been part of putting this dialogue together, and to all of you who are here today. It's really a privilege to be part of such a conversation. So as Prof. Khalakhala mentioned, I'll be speaking from my perspective as senior researcher at the Community Engagement Unit. And as someone who has actually quite recently joined the Community Engagement Unit at this university. And I want to speak quite directly to one of the key questions that we were invited to address, and that's reimagining community engagement in the academic project. In the opening remarks for today's dialogue, I was struck by two thematic areas offered by Prof. Balfour. And the first was rethinking home. And then how we do that is related to how we think about belonging and who belongs and what belonging is. My experience moving into the space of the community engagement unit at this university has really been one when I've been afforded the opportunity to witness what it means to really embody, in principle and practice, concepts like feminist community of care, respect, meaningful representation in the work that the community engagement does on campus, amongst ourselves as colleagues, but also with various other communities, including student communities. I witness and I hear stories about the students who come to the unit to receive food when they are hungry. I hear about the work that Damaris does on the ground, our community liaison officer, providing flu packs to students, providing food for students that she finds hungry, sitting on benches. And I'm absolutely inspired by the work that the unit is doing, and also how my colleagues there bring these key values out in their work with communities outside of this university space. The communities who touch our work and who are touched by our work in some way. So that's perhaps my first point, how important it is to have an environment where that's really backing our work. When we want to engage in research that is meaningful, that has an impact on communities, we need that support structure. And then I'd like to talk a bit about an example of a current project we're busy with. Myself and my colleagues at the Community Engagement Unit have been involved in developing a funding proposal for the British Council on a project that looks at disrupting patriarchy and intergenerational cycles of violence and trauma within communities. And one of our central aims is really centering the voices of youth and trying to think throug3 what equitable partnerships might look like on all levels. This is a partnership with our colleagues from the School of Education, University of Glasgow. So we're working through really thinking about how we're going to be able to write about the processes of engaging youth, particularly around gender programs. So acknowledging that many gender programs don't speak directly or meaningfully to youth, and how can we bring their voices in so that we really hear their embodied experiences of living in violence-torn communities, in communities where violence is ever present, gangsterism is ever present, and the sound of violence resonates day and night. So how can we co-develop, co-create knowledge with youth to reimagine gender programs in a way that not only addresses patriarchy, but also looks at healing intergenerational trauma for youth from these communities, using their voices themselves to recreate programs. And 2 really key themes that we're thinking through in this work as we discuss together with our colleagues and also with people who provided some critical feedback on our work. The first is, what does it mean to model democratic participatory processes? And the second is thinking about Ubuntu as a methodology. So not as a philosophy, but Ubuntu as a methodology that we take into our work. The first, modeling democratic participation. Democratic participation in community engagement must be intentional, structural, and it must be sustainable. It means reshaping the academic project so it is with and for communities, not just merely about them. It calls for holding space for collective agency, ethical co-creation, and it's a radical reimagining of what knowledge and justice might look like. So in this example of our research, co-creating a social justice tool that's really led by the embodied experiences of youth who live with violence every day. As we look to the future of engaged scholarship at UWC, we must center democratic participatory processes that honor such representation, respect, but also the very complex and necessary art of holding space. These principles are fundamental to the way we envision partnerships between the universities and communities. Second, Ubuntu as a methodology involves reimagining research and engagement through the lens of relationality, interconnectedness, and collective care, the concept that I started with. Rather than treating Ubuntu as a philosophy to be quoted, when thinking about Ubuntu as a methodology, it asks us to think of approaches that reshape how knowledge is generated, who is involved, and why we even engage in these processes in the first place. Ubuntu as a methodology then is not just a technique, it's a way of being and becoming in research. As I said earlier, we are living through this work, writing about the processes. And this is really what should be part of engaged research. Ubuntu as methodology requires radical empathy, ethical imagination, and also a commitment to co-created knowledge that helps us deal with the devastating effects of intergenerational trauma that we are currently facing. Drawing on the ethos of Ubuntu, I am because we are, such an approach should recognize that knowledge production must be relational, inclusive, and rooted in mutual accountability. So we're not aiming to speak for communities, but rather we're aiming to create a space where community members can speak for themselves and shape the kind of questions that matter to them. They should be guiding the processes of inquiry and action. And this involves co-creation, which is one of the central concepts that the Community Engagement Unit works with when developing ideas and processes and frameworks around what this work means. And co-creation is really about community involvement from the beginning, conceptualization of projects, and really co-exploring ideas about what the urgent issues are, collective decisions about what themes are important when we're talking about research, and also collective decisions regarding what is said and how it is said. So what do we need to facilitate an environment that really serves co-creation? Number one, meaningful representation. Representation should not be symbolic, it should be deeply meaningful. It will mean meaningful participation in shaping research agendas, methodologies, outputs, and even evaluation. Community voices, student communities included, must be invited into spaces of curriculum development, teaching, so exploring ideas how to bring community life into the classroom, and then also to bring the classroom out into communities. Representation should also be involved in student research training, bringing community voices into training programs right from the beginning, where students are working through conceptualizing their research, right from the beginning when students are taught how to write a research proposal.
Sorry.
Thank you. Such conversations should include marginalized youth, gender diverse groups, grassroots leaders, in the entire process. And we should be able to learn together through that work. The second, in terms of facilitating an environment that serves co-creation, is holding space. So how do we create different pedagogical platforms? Storytelling, arts-based inquiry, and collective dialogue are not just tools, but they can be transformative practices that allow people to make meaning of their trauma, their own history, and also, very importantly, their hope and imagination. And they can convey that in their own terms. That's also what we're trying to do in our proposed project, using these different methods to bring in that embodied knowledge. And number 3, as an element that's important for co-creation, respect. So respect is not simply about being fair or being polite. It's about recognizing the depth and validity of knowledge carried in lived experiences. Respect is about building relationships of trust that are sustained over time. We respect that communities may have different priorities, and we've spoken a bit about that today. But how do we deal with these differences? Do we smooth over the tensions? Do we ignore them? Or do we actively seek ways to ethically engage in conflicts of interest, in differences of opinion? So that's about strategies and strategies we put into place. Very important. So this orientation towards co-creation requires more than good intentions. It calls for change, revising our research frameworks, revising the way we supervise students, revising the way we develop curricula, and it's about embedding co-creation as the norm in the work that we do. It challenges us to shift from extractive research towards knowledge as shared power, and to embrace methodologies that can tap into this knowledge, as I mentioned. So just to perhaps end off, reimagining community engagement within the academic project demands more than just inviting communities to come and take part in the conversation. It requires that we reshape the structures and cultures, and even to rethink why we're engaging in these processes in the first place. It requires co-creation, but also deep care. By modeling democratic participation and embracing Ubuntu as methodology, we can move towards an engaged scholarship that is not only with communities, but of communities, rooted in our shared humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. I think you've made quite a number of points, but 1 or 2 take-homes. I understand nothing about us without us. So that's the key message that you are putting forward to us. And obviously, looking at the methodology that you are also advancing, Ubuntu, by its very nature, it has social justice orientations. And I think that's very key. Perhaps if time permits, we could return to that. I mean, you have your audience here, so we may interrogate that later. Thanks. We're moving, picking up on our pace. Prof. Kashula holds the institutional chair in forensic linguistics and multilingualism at UWC and is a leading scholar in language, law, and identity. Through pioneering courses and publications, he promotes linguistic justice and intercultural understanding. His community-centered work bridges African languages and legal contexts, while his creative writing fosters cultural dialogue. He collaborates globally and mentors postgraduate scholarship with social impact. Prof.
Inkosi Mhlekazi, molweni kuni nonke bantu basekhaya, ndiyabulisa. Goeiemiddag of goeiemôre, ek weet nou nie of dit môre of middag is nie. Good afternoon to everybody. So I've been asked, as I understand, to respond basically to certain things that have been said. And I think I'll start by being slightly disruptive and ask the question, is it not ironic that we've mainly only heard one language spoken here today? Because underpinning communities is language. And language is essentially the vehicle of culture. So if we, in a sense, want to reach communities and we want to be engaged in scholarship, as Ivor spoke about, then we need to understand the linguistic repertoires that are used within the communities. I think that should be the point of departure. And I think what I'm also summarizing speaks to what Prof. Ngoala was raising as well. We're born in language, even if it's late at night. We live in language. We die in language. We mentioned family meetings. Those family meetings are done in language. We negotiate our lives in language. And I don't think we can reach communities without linguistic mindfulness. So I'd like to raise that as an important issue that has come through in most of these talks that we've heard and inputs that we've had today, because language is at the core of our being. It is the vehicle of your culture, of who you are, of your identity, of your being. So we can't reach communities without an understanding of language. And I guess at the same time, one should make the point that those of us who are monolingual and speak only one language, that doesn't mean you can't be a good citizen. I've often said multilingual citizens are better citizens in a country like this, but I think I'd rephrase that in the UWC context and say mindfulness is important. Even if you're a monolingual researcher or facilitator in a classroom or lecture hall, you can be mindful of other people. And, the word respect and Ubuntu and so on has been mentioned. So I think we need to inculcate that culture of Ubuntu and togetherness with a linguistic mindfulness as the background to any form of community engagement. And that's my takeaway from this particular discussion today. And I think also something else which I feel strongly about, and our student collaborator who's sitting over there mentioned it, but I call you a young colleague. You're a young colleague. That's what you are. And you mentioned the word amatuke, and I'm wondering if you didn't give us a gem there, as part of this collaboration, because what we should maybe be thinking about is the amatuke approach to community engagement at UWC. And that might give us an in as to how to create a collective university approach to community engagement, which puts students into the center as well. So I think I want to also just touch on one or two aspects from Prof. Balfour's input. He spoke about rejecting artificial boundaries. So we come from, let me go back. I came to UWC in 1993 as a young academic. It was where I started my academic career. And when I look at the boundaries that existed then at UWC, and I look at how unbounded, I don't know if there is such a word, but excuse me, but it is now compared to then, that for me is very important, because we need to see UWC, I think, as an organic, somebody mentioned, I think it was Prof. Karan, an open community, a becoming community. So what we talk about here today may not be relevant in 20 years' time. So we may also think to the future while we're having this discussion regarding community engagement, because the cultural, the social, the linguistic makeup of the university might change quite dramatically in 20 years' time. And I was struck by that comment as well. But these artificial boundaries that Prof. Balfour spoke about were based in language. the university itself comes out of those restricted boundaries. And I think in contemporary South Africa today, and the VC spoke about this at our graduation, that we're living in a society or a global community that seems to be becoming more exclusionary rather than inclusive. And we come from that as South Africans because the divide and rule policy was based on the language that you spoke and what you looked like. And that's how our universities are constructed, in a sense. So for me, it's very important to foreground that, in a way, looking at our motto, you know, look back, look forwards. In other words, understand where we were and where we are and where we're going. So that, to me, is very much part of what Prof. Franz spoke about, reclaiming our space. So if we're talking about reclaiming our spaces, I think we need to talk about language and linguistic reclamation as well. Because I think at our university we should be doing more for the First Nations languages, for example. We're well positioned to be able to offer more insights into languages like Khoi and even to teach them. And that space should be reclaimed by this university. And many other languages as well. And particularly I'm thinking of isiXhosa as well, because our community has changed quite dramatically from the 1990s up to now. So I'm not sure if, I think I don't want to bore anyone with my summaries, but I try to just come up with a few questions that we could pivot this around. So firstly, can a university Africanize without transforming? And I think this point has been raised, like what is transformation and what do we mean by it? What are we really talking about? And then secondly, how do we decolonize a university? And I do hold the belief we cannot decolonize university through a language in which we were colonized, even although the late Nadine Gordimer speaks to South African English as an adjunct African language. It still doesn't sit comfortably with me, and I think we need to go more deeply into that debate and how that moves us into community engagement in a way that speaks to people on the ground, not to us sitting here in this very privileged, anglicized environment. And then thirdly, I think we need to debate the extent to which universities have critically analyzed their traditions and cultures and engaged with pedagogic innovation and at epistemological levels as well. So I think that was an important point made. And then fourthly, university research and curricula need to engage with issues of transformation, lest we simply remain in the mode of producing what already exists. So I do hope that we're not sitting here with lecture notes from 1935, you know, that we are just reproducing every year for students. And the same would go for community engagement. And lastly, universities need to engage with producing students who show social accountability and who use their skills as instruments of the economy in an alternative manner to the neoliberal globalization epoch. And I think that word neoliberal has been used once or twice today. We need students who produce fresh ideas rather than those who simply reproduce what they are taught. And this means finding an African voice in both the political and pedagogic sense of the word, which is embedded in community engagement and understanding the social complexities around which UWC exists. I can carry on because I've sort of written a whole paper on this, but I think I'll stop there because I hope I've managed to encapsulate the debate in an appropriate manner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Kashula. I know you're very close to the subject, and I do know that you can speak until the cows come home. Essentially, what you're putting forward to us, which I have always argued as well, that our perception of reality mediates through language. And if our command, our understanding, our comprehension of a particular language is poor, it goes without saying that our understanding of the world around us in this case we're talking the academic world, is conceptually poor. That's the message, basically. But thank you for that. Hopefully we'll go back to it. Our last but not least, Ubab Tagane, chairman, who is our organized labor chairperson and dedicated workers' rights advocate, well, deeply rooted in our institution, I think way back at 22 years. And he holds a BA degree and an advanced diploma in management and a postgraduate diploma in business administration. Very passionate about empowering employees and fostering fair labor practices. Very committed to leadership, education, and justice in the workplace. Please address us.
Thank you, Prof. Greetings to everyone. It's always unorthodox. I think I keep saying this, and you keep bringing the union here. And when we sit here, there's a level of restraint. There's a level of restraint that we need to exercise, and I think as a union we're also challenged because with these type of dialogues you are now brought into the fold, whereas before we are very comfortable in fighting after the fact when we've not been brought into the fold. And I think with Prof. Balfour's approach, it keeps us off center a little bit from a strategic point of view, because we were now part of that knowledge making or that culture changing. Therefore, it takes away that strategic high ground of that adversarial relationship that is supposed to exist between employer and employee. But I'm challenged in a way that as a representation of workers, I really need to take a practical and applied approach to what is put in front of us today, where there is this notion that is sweeping the university currently, this leftist feeling, this rhetoric that speaks of the left. But what does that left mean? And I think the identity of this university, I'm encouraged by Mr. Ivor's opening, saying that he was last year in the 90s throwing rocks, and I'm happy to report to you that there's still rocks being thrown, but from a more metaphoric point of view, we are the descendants of what you left here. And the only reason we could reference and be the descendants is because in your absence, when I walked through here in 2008, there was still that palatable feeling in the air that this is truly the home of the left. And since that day, we've been fighting to keep that alive, the home of the left. But how do we do that, home of the left? It cannot only exist in academia and in the papers and in the research. How do we define this community? Who is this community? Are we looking at community engagement only as the external experience? Or are we going to critically look at ourselves in an institution and then maybe lean towards what Prof. Nkala was talking about, the duality that exists? There's community engagement, which is the external experience, but there's also community engagement, which is an internal experience. There are communities in here that are marginalized. There are communities in here that do not have a voice. And if we're serious as an institution that is saying, look, we want to recapture that palatable feeling that Mr. Ivor and the giants that we stand on that left here, that has subsequently disappeared. If we all critically look at ourselves as an institution, we did take a managerialistic turn. And it is that managerialistic turn that has now led us to have these type of dialogues, because we are now saying we want to recapture that, because that was the unique value proposition of this institution, the institution of the bush, the institution that was supposed to have an identity that was tied to the bush, but we are now competing. But how do we now strengthen our position as a university of the left in an intellectual point of view? But how do we also reference it into the workforce, the applied? How does this ethos of leftism find me as an administrator? Find the people that I represent, grade 16 gardeners, some of them cleaners. How do we assist the academic program in really reaching this leftist ambition that is out there, that we all agree needs to be? Because that leftism speaks of excess. I'm a product of that excess. Son of a maid that came here with nothing, I now sit in front of you and I address you. And there's also this transitioning thing that we are doing. And what is powerful with sessions like this, but we have to look at ourselves in this institution critically. What have we become and where did we lose it and how do we regain it? I'm not going to reference a lot in terms of the community engagement externally, which is very important to the academic program. But I'm also going to preposition the session to also say from an applied point of view, how do you communicate? How does that ethos of leftism, how do we bring it back into the air? Practical example, we cannot be a university of the left in theory if leftism is not really true lived through policy. How does HR reference the worker and what does leftism say in that? How does the worker reference the institution and what does leftism? Because that becomes then the mantra. The mantra must be felt at the academic level, it must be felt in the teaching rooms, but it must be also felt in the administrative flow. It must also be felt in every corner of this institution, because then we are truly singing from the same drum. We are talking the same mantra. It is one thing, and I think UWC has done this before in a different setting, where we engage cultural survey a couple of years ago, but what was the outcome? What was the throughput, and how did it transform the institution? Firstly, at ground level, and I think from an applied point of view, and from a worker point of view, in order for us to be great in terms of work and community engagement, we firstly need to learn those competencies internally as an internal experience. Is your workforce engaged? Is your student engaged? Is your administrative layer engaged? And if they are not, how do we get them to engage? How do we get them to be engaged? It's one thing to build the students with competencies that is ready to engage communities, but when they speak to me as an administrator to facilitate that engaged student to reference community, and they don't get that from me. Why? Because from a strategic imperative, I don't have that same ethos. I'm not singing from the same mantra. I'm excluded as a person that's part of the community. Therefore, I cannot loop back. Because the student experience is firstly at teaching level. Then it's at the greater sort of theory in terms of now where we're saying we want to regain that leftism. So your classroom will speak to that. Your research output would speak to that. But if that administrative layer or any support does not have that same connection to what this is the imperative, this is where we are more, it disconnects the students. And you'll find some of the unhappiness of the students is that when they engage with the support structure or the administrative, there's a disconnect. What I'm learning in the classroom and what I'm told I'm supposed to be, but when I get at administrative level, that same ethos is not there. There's a disconnect. In order for us to have the competencies to engage meaningfully with the community as an external experience, we have to take some time and also engage with the community as an internal experience. And we have to be critical and we have to be honest with ourselves as an institution as to how do we achieve that. We cannot talk about space and resistance to be part of the fiber of this institution where you have risk and compliance that takes a militarization aspect of it. Because you are then saying, I'm stifling the voice of dissent that I'm saying, I want to create a space for that voice to be heard. It then means in the institution has got a identity crisis. At the surface level, we are saying this is the route that we are going. At practical, internal, lived experience, we are taking a different direction. And perhaps from a practical point of view, in terms of of saying, how do we do that community engagement? One would be, to also tie the entire ecosystem from bottom to top with an umbilical cord where we're all drinking from the same well. We are all coming to an understanding this is a strategic direction. Is it going to be perfect? Is it going to satisfy across? Probably not. And then to also reference the community engagement as an external experience. For example, let's use Delft as a community that is close to us, and you want to do some research around there. There is employees that are here that have been here for 20 years, that carry the tacit knowledge, that can really assist academic projects to thrive in those communities. That's another area that we can maybe really tap into in terms of how do we do this. First, we've got this ethos that we are all understanding that must come about. The second one is that if this ethos is felt across the entire ecosystem, it is even going to support the academic project even more in terms of meaningful engagement at community level. And I think for me, because I can only speak from a worker-centered perspective, I'm a bit biased because my entire sentiments are going to be worker-related. But if I look at community, and I think as an institution, dialogue such as this one is a good start for us, because now, as workers, we are able to say, we want to be part of it. We want to engage meaningfully, firstly as an internal community, but also to assist as one of the cogs in the system that will assist, for example, outreaches in Mitchell's Plain with the dentistry department. Why? Because you've got a workforce that lives there. You've got a workforce that is the direct pipeline to that, and that they can assist. And also to ensure that there is some type of collaboration between the workforce on the ground, their lived experience, and how it assists in terms of supporting what we're here to do. The academic project is key, and we all agree. But in facilitating that project of academia, there must be a clear connect with the entire ecosystem. Because we risk a situation or an impasse where we are. Oh, Prof? Are you done? No, 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. 1 minute. Thank you, Prof. And I think for me, in closing, I think quoting Prof. Jay also, that there was blood spilt. There's still a metaphoric blood being spilt. And that metaphoric blood being spilled is what is now going to strengthen the direction of the institution. Because through dialogues like this, we are starting to sing the same mantra. We're starting to be connected, not just an external experience, but as an internal experience. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the key message is that we need to resuscitate, we need to rejuvenate the umbilical cord if we are serious about the interconnectedness between the university and the community. And there is a need to have a shared understanding of a community, be it internal or external. Colleagues, I'm going to allow some debate. No. Okay, all right. Okay, that's fine. Where are the roving mics? Okay, we deal with this side. You just stick to your number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, we won't be coming to this side. I see Prof. Mario Smith is also giving me some warnings. And then once we've dealt with these questions, we'll move to the left, the lefties. 1, 2, keep your number. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're done. Thank you so much. Do you have the mics? No. And keep it
yes.
succinct. Thanks.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for the very informative engagement. When I saw this advert, I thought there is a reason why education, especially higher education, is one of the social determinants of health. And I would like to maybe reflect on access, equity, ideas, and the home in a very brief way. I work in the residential services. And I think, Prof, one of the symbolic ways in which we are going to contract with students in this partnership is by sometimes having these kinds of engagements in the residential service side. We have a space, it might not be as fancy as this, but it can at least accommodate an engagement. And the point that Prof. Ajay made of ideas, it made me write something about that students are embodiments of those ideas. And some of us who are working with students at residential level, we get to see the other side of this student. As academics, you see the academic side, you engage on academic level. But as a residential service personnel, we are dealing with the social side and sometimes the health side of the student. You have in front of you as an academic a student who is schizophrenic. You have a student who hasn't eaten. You have a student with a perianal fistula. You have a student who is fighting a ghost in her room every night. And I'm not talking figurative, literal. Where do I refer the student to? Is she going to be labeled as hallucinating? If she goes to the services that are available on campus? That also speaks to access, the physical access, emotional access, and also the economics access of things. Yes, Prof, I know I need to be brief, but it's getting very interesting. Home away from home. Now you have your residential services that is not as conducive, as comparative with other institutions. And we are made to have this student believe that this is home away from home, where food is not shared. Some of us who are from Limpopo, we share food in one dish. Then we go to the SDS, where we receive a food parcel that doesn't even speak to my social nutrition. And I have to make do with that. So I can go on and on and on. And I think Prof. Khalakhala knows my weakness.
Colleagues, just a quick one. There's a situation that requires my control. We have Prof. Gogi Mandleni who's supposed to catch a flight. So if you have a question directed to her, let's address that so that we are able to release her sooner.
My questions.
Okay, this is the one, and then we'll then catch up.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miriam. I'm from the School of Pharmacy. I run the experiential learning program in the School of Pharmacy, which puts students on the Department of Health platform for 600 hours every year. So it's quite an extensive community engagement program. My first comment and question is to remind everyone that students are more often than not our tools of community engagement. I have found throughout my 20 years of doing community engagement that we put students out on the platform in Cape Town, in township facilities, in Manenberg, in Delft, etc. So often our students are from Eastern Cape Townships, Northern Cape Townships, etc., etc. We thrust them into these communities without any preparation. Now, Prof, you spoke about student preparedness for community engagement. How do you ensure that? I find that it's not supported here, not financially, not within faculty, and so I'd really like your opinion on that.
Thank you very much. There was another for you, Prof, also. Let's take
Okay, greetings. For me, it's more of a comment more than it is a question. Before I say anything else, I know this may be off track, but I just want to say how much of an inspiration Prof Nkonki Mantleni is to us as Cendane Gelis, knowing that our hometown, which we are from the same hometown, is a very small town. She makes us see the vision that it's possible for us, even as women from small hometowns. And then I just want to highlight how I love that she emphasizes how the main reason we even have a university, the main reason there are even profs and lecturers in this university is the students. I think that that emphasis is something that this university should and could take into consideration. Then maybe we wouldn't be facing cases like what Mr. Ncube has commented on, where students who actually take initiative and speak up about the challenges that we as students face are singled out and are punished for doing that. As an example, okay, this is just the last thing. As an example, we have an ongoing case at the UWC disciplinary court where a student activist, namely Solam Dingi, is being prosecuted for having led a peaceful protest at this university. Which now then goes to say that what Mr. Ncube was saying, that you tell me that I should talk to you when I have an issue, but now when I come and tell you that, Dad, you are not leaving enough money for bread and eggs, and then you punish me for that. Thank you.
Let's give you a chance. Your brief comment.
Thank you very briefly. I want to respond to our first speaker. At MUT, we capacitate our students first. They don't go to the communities without getting proper workshopped. And also, we do have a community liaison officer in our office who first paves a way for the students who are going to those particular communities, so that when they go to the communities, they are accepted. And also, when we capacitate them, we also make sure that they don't get a shock, a cultural shock. And when they come back, we provide a platform for reflections. What did you learn, and what do you think can be done better? So in other words, it becomes an open conversation. And also, we make sure that we engage with the critical stakeholders so that they can be protected, because some of the communities are not safe. So it's partnerships. It goes back to really partnerships, making sure that we are well connected with our various key critical stakeholders in our communities. So I think that is basically how we do it at MUT. I'm not sure whether the second speaker wanted a...
It was a comment.
It was just... Thank you so much for the comment.
Yeah,
positive comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. I think at this point we have to release you, because we don't want a situation where you'll sort of miss your flight. Otherwise, that would be, what do you call it in government? Fruitless expenditure. Something along those lines. We don't want that. The VC is here. It's a wasteful expenditure. Yes. No, we don't want that. So you have to go for it, and we would like to appreciate you. And we thank you, and Prof. Mario Smith will make it real. Thank you. Someone is waiting for you at the door. They will see you through. Thanks. Thanks. This way. Okay. All right. Colleagues, let's continue. We had Pilet, that was your comment, right? Yes. And then we can move on. There was also, okay, number 3 actually. Yeah, keep it short.
No, I'll try. I'll make it short. Yeah, no, thanks. My name is Pumelelani Mshumi. I'm a student here in the university. I think I wanted to just contribute, particularly because I think I was engaged online when it was starting, and the VC made a point that part of this will be able to influence the shape and form of the IOP. And I think that's an important notation because it takes this dialogue as a part of what I think Prof. Franz was saying about what transformation then becomes. It becomes action, actionable through policy and framework at a strategic and a tactical level. But I wanted to offer a critique, firstly, that, these dialogues, it's important to give a diagnosis, of course, as you shape the way forward. But it's always interesting to me when we have these dialogues in the university. For instance, now people will raise a broad topic about health. But by virtue of the discussion being held in the university space, a student or an academic will try to trace it within the university community. For instance, the title here is about community engagement and community outreach, and trying to negate it as just a simple tick box. But because of our exceptionalism as students and, broadly speaking, academics, we want to stifle the debate about the university campus. We want to talk about safety as a problem that is faced by students. We want to talk about crime as a pickpocketing that has happened to an academic. I want to talk about problems and center them as problems of the university community, as it were. And I want to caution us, as all of us who are here and always are participating in these discourses, that we dare not become the politicians we claim to despise. Because it's always interesting to me, how we navigate these problems. But I don't want to be too long, Prof. I think that was the first aspect I wanted to contribute on. And as part of exploring this idea of the community, let me not now talk about the internal community of the university. Let me talk about external aspects that one must acknowledge that, of course, Prof, that university in particular is UWC in particular is a developing university. And once more, not being fixated with the argument of rankings. I want to make this firm point here, which I will be making it once you give me a mic, I will be repeating this point everywhere. The University of the Western Cape must adopt a community. The University of the Western Cape must pick up a transformation in action as saying the community called Guguletu, not only in matters of research interest, but all of our resources, not to replace the politicians who have been elected to lead the city or the province or even nationally, but our role, our task, our how in contributing to transforming and actually building or reimagining what the VC was saying earlier on, reimagining a leftist, a university of the left in 2025, put into practicality. I believe that it must be really reimagined through saying the university is now adopted Guguletu and it belongs as part of the 8th faculty of UWC. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Again, my name is Liama Makalima. I'll try to be brief as much as I can. I was touched by the delegate from the Workers' Union, Mr. Ayanda Takane, when he touched the aspect of University of the Left. On the 5th of June, 1987, I think the late Prof. Jakes Gravel mentioned something in his inaugural address that we as the University of the Western Cape are taking a leftist approach. Meaning that when we talk about the University of the Left, it's more than a philosophical or activist idea than a place. It represents the pursuit of critical liberatory education, usually ties within the struggles of the workers, the students, and the oppressed communities, just like President has mentioned. When we talk about the workers to an extent, the workers have been complaining within the university, asking their queries to be looked at. But what does the university say? We'll get back to you. To the students also, when we cry A, B, C, and D, we are victimized. We're saying that we are barbaric, just like Ambassador mentioned late, that the students are doing A, B, C, and D. But we are just fighting for what we think we deserve. It's also to reject the idea that universities should just be corporate entities, because Mr. Tagani mentioned that we're moving into a more managerialistic approach, more than a leftist approach. I think this engagement with students, more as management and the staff, can try to bring us into the track that Prof. Jake Schavel once established for us. The staff member from Res Life mentioned something about the concept of food parcels. There are food parcels that we get from SDS. I don't know what happened to us to get those food parcels. Were there engagement between the staff and the student, or what happened? Because those food parcels are just meant for someone who already has something to get. Because what can I do with the rice, baked beans, Movite? There's no oil, there's nothing. What will I mix with that? How will I cook that? The food parcels that might be good were the ones from RS to an extent, because their criteria to get it are limited. I don't know, we've been trying to apply them, but we don't get them. It seems like you must know someone who knows someone to get them. I think we should try to engage with students on those things. Thank you very much.
Last hand on this side, or we're done with this side? We can move to the other side. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think the VC with an idea of engaging with the realities of the people in this university, I think it's a good way of thinking about taking university forward. But I want to raise a very crucial aspect which is central to the university, the core business of the university, which is curriculum. In this university, we've been adopting policies. For instance, we worked on the curriculum transformation and renewal policy. Guess what is happening? Outcomes-based education. A decontextualized, Euro-American, ideal heteronormative male is still a way of framing curriculum. When is the university going to enact curriculum transformation, engaging with communities, ways of being, the language at the center, as giving people access to systems of meaning, culture, and then we can talk community engagement. So the university developed graduate attributes as identities, not decontextualized NOA. When is that enacted? APU together with DLTSS worked collaboratively. Now, with the quality assurance unit, we've been proposing to move forward to actions, working with students as partners, moving beyond the talking of the student voice to the pedagogic voice in ensuring that we develop education for liberation, which Steve Biko once cried for. How do we then deal with this psychological oppression and dismantle the Eurocentric ways of thinking and being in society? If the university doesn't even allow, I'm talking about the very same people that the university was established for, the so-called colored people. How do we engage with the language? I'm talking about Afrikaans here, as a language which gives people access to systems of meaning to enable authentic voices to thrive in a space called University of the Western Cape, the intellectual home of the left. What is the left then? that we're talking about if we are not bringing Ubuntu as a philopraxis for liberation in this university. Thank you very much.
There were only 4 hands this side. So this is one. Who's number 2?
Good afternoon, Prof, colleagues. I'm Desiree Hammond-Fisher, and I'm from Industrial Psychology. So today we spoke about many matters concerning student voices, decoloniality, decolonization, different teaching and learning methods, etc., which really requires a different way of how we do things in the classroom and also how we engage. We have seen last year the many policy changes regarding assessment policies and moderation policies, which really call for us as academics to take a paradigm shift in not just what we do, but in how we do it. And so my question really is to, I think, all the people who have say in the matter and management. It is how or what are we going to do to really trigger a reflective practitioner among us as academics so we can usher in and energize the change that we need to see in bringing transformation to the status quo that we currently see in our classrooms and in our classroom design. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, colleague. Just find number 3 and number 4, and then we can close some questions.
I'm number 3. Kuthiwa ngesixhosa mandingqine. Xa ungqina ke, it's in church where you give fellowship and you say, God has worked for me today. So funeka ndingqinile namhlanje and say, a lot of what was said here was amazing. And I'm inspired, especially by the faculty of the Arts and Humanities, because I first went to a book launch where I saw Umlungwe Titis Xhosa. I was like, okay, is this possible in this space? I was inspired by that. I was like, yo, and it was not a situation where you usually see these things and we're like, ooh, that's cool. No, it was not cool. It was normal. I was inspired. I was inspired by the book launch because it spoke about Funeka and Ibendim. So I came to this. I'm a community development practitioner. I know community development. I don't know anything else. I came here when I'm at the university. I'm like a little boy. I'm so excited. I go everywhere. I'm like, yo, this is so big. That's just my boy child. I'm like that. And being here, I'm fascinated by people. I mean, as a celebrity, when I see you in the news, in my class. So I see professors. I'm like, yo, hey, these people are amazing. So I'm a little boy. That's how I'm operating. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about academia. My space of education has always been very difficult or different. I've also traveled. I've been privileged to travel abroad to different communities. I've worked. I've stayed in a shack. I've stayed in, we call it initiation school. We stay for 3 months. So there's nothing for me that says, I deserve this, anything. I'm just human. I'm a humanity. That's what I preach, and that's what so whatever has been shared here, I'm inspired, and I'm always inspired. So that's one thing I wanted to say. And then I wanted to say, when I enter in spaces like this, I go back and say, oh, Verwoerd was right. Apartheid will last generational. I've worked for 15 years. And when you are in spaces of whether it's in corporate, whether it's in community development, you're like, oh, white people have won. They have won. They have divided us. The same person that you're going to rely on, no, I want to get there. They finished us. That's what makes me cry, because I'm a community development practitioner. And as a community development practitioner, I work with everyone because I need to get the resources for the people. So that is one thing I always weep. I'm like, yo, they've won. But again, what do we do? I think one of the people that spoke about what is my contribution. My contribution is to be myself and to walk the talk. Let me walk the talk. Let me see what I'm engaging with who and who. That's number one. But also there's a theory called inner and outer theory. I think it's by Snowa and Littenberg. It speaks about how market-related, how those employed inside will try to defend their power for those outside. So kukola inner out. So for example, university, it was predominantly colored university, right? Kukomna, Nkosa, Spedi, or whatever, I'm outer. So those that believe that they are inner will try to defend what there is. This is our heritage. Fun for me, I've stayed in Mitchell's Plain, Beacon Valley, Wave Crest, I've stayed in Athlone, I've stayed with colored families. There's no ethnicity, race I haven't stayed with. That's my privilege, hence I am able to engage with that. So, and you spoke about Paulo Ferreira, which is something I'm very inspired by, deep dialogue. And you also spoke, ma'am, about community engagement in terms of the principles. And I find that more and more, that's what's needed in spaces like that. And I'm privileged to be here, and I'm taking everything that I'm getting here as a boy child, as someone that's just excited to take, and I'm taking it back to e-community because that's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this is our last contribution from the audience.
Okay, so my name is Aseza, and my qualm is more so about creating community within the university space. So when I think about community, is community beyond the curriculum. So then basically we're looking at the different societies that we have in the university. So for example, I'm part of the debate union of the university, and as the debate union, we deal with multiple subject matter. So feminism, social justice, all of those types of things. And as somebody who was part of the debate union, during the year of 2022 and 2023, I was the equity officer of the debate union. And I also coached some high school kids from the year 2022, even this year. I still coach high school kids on how to debate. I've even coached the provincial Western Cape team on how to debate. So then my problem then is that like there's lack of support from the university. I do believe that we are a SRC structure, so we only get like support insofar as the SRC can help us. So the problem is the debate union used to have something called, it's a schools outreach program where some of the debaters will go to schools that are underprivileged, and we would teach them the concepts of debating. But it's not just like how to debate. We're also teaching them about like what is social justice, what is feminism, what are all of these concepts, or international relations, what is going on around the world, and what is going on in your country. And this is something that keeps students intellectually activated. And I think that program has not run in the university for a very long time now because we do not get support from the structures that be. So because we don't have that support, we can't go to Mitchell's Plain, we can't go to Khayelitsha and engage those students who don't have those opportunities. And I also mentioned being a coach of the provincial Western Cape team. And how that affects us then is that like when we are picking a squad for the Western Cape team, you'll find that the students from these areas are not available. They're not there. Students from Khayelitsha, they're not there trialing. And this is because that they don't know anything about debate, and because like the universities themselves, the communities within the universities that used to engage these students are not available. So when we're speaking about like creating community, it's important to also like support student initiatives that allow for students to create community with the communities surrounding the areas as well.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so you are in trouble. I think as we sort of engage in our closing remarks, I mean, a minute, take a few seconds to respond to questions that are relevant to you, so that we can close. Prof. Mario Smith is so ready to do the official closing of the debate. So I don't want to be in trouble with him. So I'm handing over to you. Colleagues, I'm so sorry we have to close. I mean, this is also giving us an indication that we need more and more and more time for these engagements. But I think we can do so much. So, panelists, we can start. Who's keen to start? Prof, go ahead. In less than 60 seconds, but also, I mean, if you pick up something which you might want to respond to, by all means.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm just going to touch on the question from the gentleman at the back with adopt a community. I want to say in community and health sciences, we have adopted communities. So we present in Mitchell's Plain, for Santa Kraal, Bellville and the Dwars River Valley, where we've really put in resources in terms of staff, spaces where the students can work in, and doing, for example, our outreach programs, etc. And we're really trying to anchor ourselves in those communities and really make a presence. I think community members there know when UWC students are working there, there's a presence, there's an engagement with the right people, etc. So I think it's a good approach, and I think we should be doing more of that and bringing other faculties on board as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And your final word?
Prof, just to support what you've already said, that the dialogue mustn't stop here. The dialogue needs to continue not only within UWC, but with communities as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Samantha?
Thank you very much for these really engaging comments. We always need more time when it comes to things like this and more space for conversation. I just want to maybe end off with saying that key for me, what has come out here is support, finding ways of supporting each other's work. And yes, in the spirit of co-creation, as we move today out this room, away from this dialogue, and as we digest the insights, the questions, the concerns, that we can start to find ways to think together about how to take this work forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So I just want to respond to Desiree first. She spoke about not just what we do, but how we do it. And I think that's a very important transformative question. And again, language comes in there because what language do we use in order to know what we're doing and how we're doing it, and how do we create that sort of inclusive environment? I think the late Neville Alexander posed that question as well. And it's a question that we still haven't answered, so I think it's an important question. And then the question about psychological oppression and lomlungo tetis xhosa. I'll combine those two together. And I really enjoyed what you were saying because it comes from your heart, you know. And I think colonialism did finish off many societies. I think you used the word, well, you said white people finished us or whatever. But I think, you know, maybe I'm the wrong person to be commenting on this, but I'd like to comment because I think wherever the English took over, they took away people's languages and cultures. Even with the Irish, whoever, you know, they took away their fundamental being. And I think we still suffer the consequences of that today. So refinding that Afrikaans voice, refinding the voice in the community, I think is also a linguistic challenge that we have. And I just say, iba nguwe, iba ingonyama, ilizwi lakho livakale. You know, be yourself, be who you are, let your voice be heard. And we need to find this collective voice possibly at UWC, and I think this is what we're grappling with. Just a final comment. For me, this was very diverse. So I didn't get the sense of the community engagement aspect. I got a lot of other things coming through. So maybe these dialogues could be broader in a sense, and then we could narrow them down because I think there's too much to be said. There's too much to be said to unpack what UWC has been doing, is doing, and what they should be doing. And for me, it was a bit, can I just be honest, all over the place, because I didn't get the sense of the community. And one point I wanted to make, which was very important as well, is that, and let me just go to my notes, it was in the previous discussion, community engagement from within. I think you made that point. It's like, and that goes back to the point I'm making. UWC faces many issues. We need to look inwards and outwards before we can come up with any policies. And we need to do that even with our language policy, I think. Thank you very much, colleagues. And thanks for the opportunity to be able to share with you as well, and for all the wonderful responses that we've had. Well, yeah, I've really enjoyed it and I've benefited a lot. And I'd also okay, I'm going to stop. But in a way, UWC, to go back to your question, has allowed me to even transform myself, you know, as a middle-aged white man. And I really appreciate that because, and I don't know what I'm saying, but I do feel like since I got here in 2020, I've had a transformative experience, even with forensic linguistics. No other university wanted to implement that discipline. So it shows me that UWC is at the cutting edge and we can create new knowledge. And this is what universities are about. And we should all be transforming all the time. Possibly that's what I'm saying, I'm not sure. But it's been a really precious experience as an individual, and you know, I can just feel collectively as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Prof.
For me, in closing, what I would like to bring across, and it's just simple words, is that
in 60 seconds.
60 seconds or less, or even less. What we need to, we have voices, like Mshumi said, he's going to be a broken disc about adopting our communities outside. And I think we need to take that one serious, because if he feels passionate about that, we can put 1 million Mshumis in the Western Cape who feels like universities need to come and adopt us. And adopt us not from a charity perspective, but from a collaboration perspective. Like the speaker said, he didn't feel a sense of community. So I would like to differ from him respectfully, because I got a sense of community in engaging like this. I've been to the first dialogue and other university dialogue through invitation, but it's the first time I actually feel like there is no color amongst us. There is no race, it's just the human race. And the human race that shares the same problems, the same yearning, and the same opportunities that we want to be advanced by institutions of higher learning. And just to close it off from a student perspective, because that's what I'm passionate about, I feel there is a hunger for students to be heard by management, and there is a hunger for management to be understood by students. But there is a discourse amongst us. And if we were to remove our heads and sit down in a nucleus Afrocentric approach, I feel we can bridge that gap, and there won't be management, ET, or students are, but it will be how can we best push UWC and make it better on a year-by-year, IOP basis. And I think Prof. Buffer is the man to do that and lead us forward. I listened to your interviews back then, and I heard you when you came. To close off in my 3 seconds, please do not disappoint me, because because I really, and I know it's many of us who look forward to you bringing the transformation we need and putting students as core partners and stakeholders, not just passerbys in first-year graduation and leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof, I think mine will be long, with 3 minutes. I think for me, I'd like to comment in two. I think the first one that I'd like to comment on that has come across quite strongly is that how the institution deals with voices of dissent. Because we're talking about place, space, and circumstance. Now let's talk about that space. Are those voices of dissent needed in order for the institution to move forward? Definitely, but can those voices of dissent voice out their disagreement in a way that also puts the brand forward. I think I'm the last person to speak like that, but look, as I'm saying to you, I'm also internalizing it. So there needs to be a reframing in terms of how we deal as an institution, as community internally with disagreement, because ultimately we're trying to get to a best possible outcome for the university itself, the community as a whole. And then I think a second one that I would like to address is that there is becoming a sense of community, because for me as a person that leads the workers' movement, it's the first time that I'm getting to hear from internally in terms of what is happening. So there is the beginning stages of a community being built. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Colleagues, well, all the good things will have to come to an end. And we can only say thank you, thank you, thank you. Prof. Smith, we are in your capable hands. Okay.
Thank you. So can I ask, is there anybody here who has ever attempted to design a piece of clothing? Has anybody ever designed a piece of clothing? Okay. Textile clothing, yeah, okay. So did you ever consider putting a pocket on the back of a shirt? No. And by the way you look at me, it's like that's a ridiculous idea. So closing after all of these wonderful contributions feels a little bit like a pocket on the back of a shirt. But I'm going to try my best in 2 seconds, Prof. All right, so I started out really, really excited. I took lots of notes, but then I closed my laptop because my battery packed up. Then I shifted because we've got devices, so I shifted to other devices. And in the end, between my eyesight and this and the time that has run out, I think there's really just 5 things for us to say. First, I want to acknowledge that we've exceeded the time boundary. You know, it's not a criticism, but it's a really important thing. As I stand here, I had to tell my son to find a friend to play with at school because I'm going to fetch him later, okay? But this time boundary is important. It's not a criticism. Because if we talk about communities, we're talking about boundaries, and time boundaries are one of those boundaries. So I want to acknowledge that today we exceeded the time boundary. I want to thank you for your patience with the time boundary and your willingness to engage beyond the time boundary that we had agreed on, right? Firstly. Secondly, today's dialogue challenged us to think about communities, about our university and the reciprocal relationship and influences between UWC and communities. And Prof. VC set the scene really nicely for us. He said, and I quote, generative engagement as opposed to static situatedness. So I want to challenge you. I've heard about communities outside. I've heard about communities inside. All of those I'm really excited to hear about. You know what? But this is a community. We're saying communities are being created. We've been a community. And I think it's really important that we extend our engagement around community engagement beyond the community, which is actually quite a difficult way to talk, and to acknowledge that we are a community of practice. Every single person employed here who enters here constitutes a community. And if we can learn how to live by rules of engagement here, then we can be respectful with other communities. And so that's the challenge. I think we've really been challenged about the ethics of community engagement and the scholarship of community engagement from inside out. But I want to leave you with the challenge that you are a member of an academic community, and as such, there are roles, rights, and responsibilities and resources that you have access to. And 2 things that you are required to do in response is civic responsibility and active citizenship. So whether you are the student and you want to advocate for the SRC, can we talk about participation rates in elections? That's a citizenry issue. We can say, that's right, right, we must go to Lambert's Bay. But yet, have we spoken to the person who cleaned your office this morning and asked, have you eaten today? Right? Thank you for modeling. So I'm challenging you to think about the rhetoric of community engagement and the scholarship of community engagement and apply it here in our engagement with each other as we build the community of UWC. So I want to thank the VC and the exec for their insight and their vision to create these processes of dialogues. We've had two panels here, and you know, both of them raised different ideas. But I think the take-home from both panels and our externals is actually that there's a dialectic here that we have to contend with. Now, what's a dialectic? A dialectic is a tension between two seemingly opposing things. The one is to create knowledge in a way that is transformative and can transform, and the other is to validate who we are, where we are at, limitations, warts and all. And so we have to find the balance between change and validation. And as we move forward in community engagement, that dialectic is something that manifests in different ways, and each one spoke about the different way in which it manifests, and suggested propositions and posed challenges for us in terms of how to manage those the dialectic going forward. The incredible, insightful questions from the audience. I nearly died when I saw all the hands of the last round. Tells me that you're ready to dialogue. And we acknowledge that. And I like movies. And so like the movie with the big blue people, Avatar, I'm going to say, I see you. Right? And I challenge you to continue that willingness to dialogue. We want to thank the exec and everyone involved with all the arrangements. It was wonderfully done, and we appreciate your role. We want to thank our external panelists. I think is Mr. Baikis, Mr. Professor Dr. Baikis still here? Yes, we have a small gift for you as a token of our appreciation, if I can just ask that it be handed over. You really challenged us with holding context in terms of those 4 challenges. Go ahead. That you identified, and your formulation of the poly crisis is particularly useful. Thank you. In our absence, again, we want to acknowledge our second external who has left. And likely we want to ask all our internal panelists to stand up to receive a small gift as well. And while they hand that out, I want to say what you've done today by agreeing to participate is demonstrating that there's a community of practice here. You've shared from your different experiences, your different faculties, and from very different stakeholder positions within this university that we all love so dearly. So please stand. Can we give them a round of applause? And then if you can hand out the gifts, please. Has everyone received a gift? There's one more at the back. Thank you so much. Now, in addition to your gift, we are also inviting you for lunch in the rector's boardroom. Okay? And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the campus, we'll just follow. Is it the dining room? Okay, the rector's dining room in the student center. Thank you. Just the panelists, yes. Yes, thank you, Althea. You can take me out for lunch. So just the panelists, and then to Prof. Khala and Prof. Franz, thank you for your facilitation skills. We will speak to HR to have a little workshop for you around time management.
And we'll build that into your PDS.
Quick thing.
Okay. And then Umesh, true to form, has reminded me that we need to take a photo. So if I can ask, before we close, just to get a photo of the panelists, then you can leave for lunch. To all of you, I want to say in closing that community engagement is a logical outflow of civic responsibility. And civic responsibility is something we have to think about as members of the academic community and as citizens of this country. So I wish you well as you continue to think about all the stimulating ideas that were raised, and I invite you to the third dialogue, which is the UWC way. So we've raised a lot of questions, we've heard a lot of examples, and our next dialogue is to talk about the UWC way. How can we move forward in the UWC way? And I want to say this. In 1988, this university adopted what was called an open admissions policy, right? Prof. Balfour, you don't know this, but I was a matriculant in 1988, right? And we did not have a maths teacher or a biology teacher. I taught the entire grade maths and Afrikaans. And they passed, but it was at the expense of my grades. And this institution accepted me. And today, I'm a full professor in psychology. So, when we talk about community engagement, it's about the transformation we can achieve. And the influence we don't always see when we do the strategic planning, okay? And so we have to hold the opportunity cost, because the opportunity for me to be here today is offset against the near financial ruin of the institution. So there are opportunity costs to engagement, and we have to hold that so that we can understand the balance and move towards resolution of that dialectic. I wish you a wonderful weekend. And I'd ask the panelists to just join us, Umesh, on the podium in front of the red couches so that we can get the branding in the picture. Thank you. All the best, colleagues.